basically in the Indian-Sri Lankan border. So I'm prepared in terms of my, I'm very updated, and also I'm prepared in terms of what I was doing and what I'm supposed to be talking today. I'm underprepared in terms of putting a good slide presentation to you all. But I think in wildlife biology, one key dimension is that things change a lot. Yesterday, we started to drive from Talaimana, which is the Indian-Sri Lankan border, northwesternmost so point of Sri Lanka, in terms of my closest point updated landmass to the landmass India. And so we were supposed to be driving in the evening from there to Colombo, but we were stopped in numerous locations, and there were some mishaps in terms of our records of where, since we were coming from the border, we have to undergo several different security checks, and eventually I came back this morning after about 15 hours of driving and staying in different security checkpoints to get cleared because of the COVID-19. So it's a classic case of how COVID could interfere or COVID could change the dynamics. So since we were in the border, we had to undergo all kinds of different procedures on our way to Colombo. And thank God we were not quarantined. We were almost going to put into a quarantine facility this morning. But anyway, so I'm back in home. I couldn't go to the university this morning. I was asked not to go to the university this morning. And I had to stay home 2 days. Anyway, so, right. So that's, I think, a good start, I hope. So as a result, I'm a bit underprepared in terms of the slides. Right, I will share, what I'll do, I'll share my screen time to time, and also I'll come back to my points in terms of getting into the discussion. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so what I'm going to do, let's see how this pandemic or how pandemics in a broader run had altered the context of wildlife conservation. There's multiple kind of sides to this issue. A, what is wildlife conservation? B, what is wildlife? C, pandemics or the diseases that spread across the globe in a fairly rapid rate with a relatively high mortality. And then how, or when all these put together, how that affect the survival of species or the future of our biodiversity beyond our times. So let's talk about that over the next say 45 minutes. What I will do, I'll try to keep my talk for about 40 minutes, so that will give us right now it's 10 past 10, so 40 means 50 minutes, so I will have 5 to 10 minute question and answer session if the organizers allow me to do that. So to introduce me, I think organizers done a great job in terms of getting a really nice set of speakers. I don't know how I would fit into this, but I know that I've been involved in the wildlife research for the past 20 years as an undergraduate, and even before the university, undergraduate life as a kid coming from a wildlife family. My father is a naturalist and a conservationist, so I had the early exposure, and then I was working on mostly bird watching and running around and try to do small things across the country with my friends at the school. And then at the university, I did my honors degree in zoology and did my PhD in the Arctic. and then two postdoctoral positions in the on evolutionary ecology and speciation. So I'm familiar with seabirds, forest birds, especially woodpeckers, and then the effects of a little bit of climate change, the effect of changes in forestry practices, and the effect of genes and environment, and how the interactions of those contribute to new species or changes in the animal responses. So that's generally my background in Sri Lanka. I'm now back in Sri Lanka for the past 10 years, about 9 years. And in Sri Lanka, I'm more interested in migration and endemicity, how the island of Sri Lanka producing the endemics, new species in the light of island biogeography. And also I'm interested in how Sri Lanka and South Asian region as a whole contribute to the global biological interchange or interactions in the form of flyways, mainly on birds. And in that way, I'm really closely working with Indian scientists in the Western Ghats, where we are comparing Western Ghats with Sri Lankan mountains. And I'm working with Indian wetland biologists, especially the ornithologist who's working on wetlands, to see how Indian wetlands and Sri Lankan wetlands together supporting and hosting a whole like millions and millions and millions of birds from Western Europe to Central Europe to across Russia to Eastern Asia, into the northwestern United States or North America. So it's a very big scheme that the South Asian region provides for wildlife in the global landscape. So that's with that in mind. Let's talk about first what this pandemic is. The pandemics are relatively a common thing if you look into the human history. A large scale or widespread basically infections and deaths of like a microbe that basically killing humans in a much rapid and a global in a broader scale is a almost like a phenomena that recur in every century or in every few centuries. The more recent ones are probably the Spanish flu, which is sorry, there's a typo. I was just typing things this morning. So the Spanish flu, for example, which killed about estimated millions actually in Europe and in North America. It's believed to be a bird in like a virus that H1N1 influenza jumped from birds to humans during the later phase of the World War II, and then that's probably the biggest in our known recent past. And then the bubonic plague, which kind of basically wiped out a very large proportion of people in Europe, medieval Europe, and plague had many cycles. And then when you look back in time, there were like so many this sort of pandemics actually shaped the human civilization in Europe and Asia. India and Sri Lanka together, China and the Middle East, and the Europe, especially the western part of and the southeastern part of Europe, which were connected through the Silk Road, actually had many influence of diseases coming from Europe to Asia and from Asia to Europe. And as a result, Eurasians, the people living in the Europe and Asia, are more resistant to common human diseases in the broader scale. And we know that how that happened, how that affect to the South Americans in the invasions of, or initial colonizations of Europeans in South America, actually basically wiped out the native South American populations, because they were isolated from Eurasia, and so their immune systems, the South American immune systems of First Nations of South America, which had a very large population size by the time the initial like more recent initial colonization happened from Europe, and the diseases wiped them out. So those were also pandemics in the South American and the New World context. And then in Africa, though, because African gene pool is much more sophisticated, and they underwent very fairly kind of old the history of like diversity and interactions. The same phenomena didn't work the way when the Europeans tried to settle in Africa. In Africa, the African diseases killed off the invaders or the colonizers who tried to colonize Africa. So the Africa being colonized only partly because of the contribution of these diseases. So the diseases play or had been playing or played a substantial role in shaping the distribution of people across the globe. The SARS-CoV-2, the COVID-19, I don't have to tell much about it. I think everybody knows a lot now. It's about now 10 million people got infected, and about 500,000 people already died over the span of 5 months. So that's 5-6 months, but mostly over the period of past 5 months. So that is quite significant in terms of the global scale, even though there are, there's so many people. I mean, there's a natural cycle of birth and death. Beyond that, there's a certain percentage, about 500,000 already died. So we are in a classical pandemic period. So in that light, how the world view of our generations, the generations that had not seen the global pandemic, the ones I think experienced the last big global pandemic, which is the Spanish flu, which was in 1918 to 1920, almost a century ago. So those generations are all now gone. So nobody, I don't think, would remember that. Maybe great grandfather kind of stories might be there. So we are a generation that basically haven't experienced the phenomena of a pandemic, and even we haven't experienced the last big world war. So this is kind of a world war kind of a scenario for us. Radical shift in opinion, radical shift in perception, and radical shift in action. So it is timely to discuss how that affects the globe in a broader scale. And most of you might already experience, like there's so many Zoom talks and this sort of webinars talking about the altered dimensions. So let's see. Let's get into the business of how this changed or altered world view and the different set of rules that are coming basically enforced upon communities across the globe would change their worldview, and in return, how that would change our interactions with our biological world and how that affects the biological world. Before starting that, I think the broader context of conservation biology, I think, needed to be established, because at the end of the day, I think during this 20 minutes to half an hour, I'll be basically talking about how all this relates relate to conservation. Conservation is a scientific study. The study of conservation is the conservation biology, which basically studies the biological diversity and the effects of humans on the environment. Why we wanted to put humans in a separate context in this case, because what we try to conserve is to balance human actions so that it won't adversely affect the planet, and in return, the only place that we call home, the planet. So it is the conservation of human race through conservation of its environment. Because if you destroy your environment, you destroy your house or home, and you destroy the place you have. And in our case, we have only one home for everybody, and we don't have a second home. We don't have a alternate. Hello. Yes. Hello. I guess I'm still online.
So continue, sir. Please continue.
Okay. So because of that, this is a human man or man and woman human centric view on how we look after our environment. So the wildlife is a subset of that. So it has two central goals: to evaluate human impact on biological diversity and to develop a practical approach to prevent the extinction of species. So conservation sciences incorporates conservation biology into a broader interdisciplinary field that explicitly recognizes the tight coupling of social and natural systems, or human and wildlife and nature, as a broader context. But human is kept as a separate entity away from rest of the biological world, because as the dominant consumer of the planet, we are the main subject in this picture. So the priorities are emerging. This particular slide is made, or this idea is established early in this, actually late last year, where there was a fairly authoritative document came out from Paris on the global biological diversity, and that it's an intergovernmental panel for biological diversity, and it's a very authoritative multi-government, national statement presented in May last year, where the one thrust of that document, that report, is that over 1 million species in this planet are in the verge of extinction. So for most people, that's not a big deal. We eat meat, we eat fish, we eat animals. So yeah, so some animals will die in that process. So what's the big deal? So the second, more, I think, less highlighted statement in that big that very powerful report, the first statement, the over 1 million species are in the verge of extinction, I think got fair bit of publicity, and across the societies, I think it has been discussed over the past year. The second more critical thing is that why we should worry about it is that it says that about 1/3 of livelihoods, human livelihoods, will get affected as a result of that demise of, if that 1 million species go extinct. So these two statements alone shows that how this human and wildlife and nature, or the social and natural systems, how those two interconnected in a very profound manner. And for economists, they would say that interconnection is economy. For us, as a biological scientist or a scientist, I would say that connection is our genetic and environmental relatedness to each other. Other people would have their own or their own unique explanations for that. Either way, but you destroy planet, you destroy yourself. You destroy your cousins, the wildlife, you destroy yourself. So the emerging priorities included pursuing a conservation within landscapes, because the humans now dominate the landscape. Now more than 50% of biodiversity in this planet is now found in the human landscapes, not in the reserves or this iconic wilderness that you travel alone days and try to find diversity of life. So this new phenomena where humans distributed across the globe is called Anthropocene, and the wildlife and the nature has to live or survive within the human landscape. So that's an emerging priority. So the wildlife scientists or the conservation biologists or the people who are interested in saving our only home for our future generations has to realize the challenge where you have to live in this, you have to incorporate the human dimension into it. And the rebuilding public support. Since the economics overrule most of the other priorities in the modern human society, public support is critical. Partly because public will fund most of this, partly the decision makers who are selected by the public, in most cases democratic ways, and also the decision makers respond and listen more to the general public than individual members of that community. The third aspect, priority, is that private-public partnerships. Again, partly because the private sector, the capitalism drives most economies across the globe, and in a smaller household scheme to broader government schemes, the money-making engine is not solely controlled by the central governments. So the fourth aspect is the paying better attention to the human rights and equity, which is a kind of an idea coming from a different camp, but the idea is widely accepted in all camps in conservation sciences, where the greatest environmental damages taking place when the communities are poor and when the communities are in the survival mode, because then the enforcement, the awareness started to collapse or started to reduce to a point that the ground level conservation or the survival of species in the human dominated landscape started to get very, very difficult. It doesn't mean that the few like large companies or technologically advanced nations do well in terms of conservation. It means that in any country or in any region, the education, economic growth, and the general well-being of people has a very tight positive correlation with the protection of those environments in a broader scale. I myself won't agree or every single word that I mentioned about a minute ago, because I think that doesn't explain exactly our scenario in our parts of the world, where through our religions, through our traditional practices, we do a lot of conservation beyond this economic driver, but most scientists and practitioners believe that economic growth is the key for conservation. Right. I will move back to away from the screen again. Oh, actually, I think I should show you something. Okay, I forgot to show this slide. So now I live in Sri Lanka. I'm a Sri Lankan, and with a great passion to South Asia. I lived about one quarter, one quarter of my life, slightly about more than that, in outside South America. Sorry, outside South Asia. But South Asia is amazingly diverse, rich in biodiversity, and I'm still I can hear you. I'm online, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. So no, there was a bit of a noise came. I wasn't sure. Okay, thanks. So South Asia is amazingly diverse, and some of my colleagues who are working on the biogeography of our region actually believe that based on our findings and our data, that our biodiversity that we have in South Asia, especially the Western Ghats, Sri Lanka, and in the southern part of the South Asia, the Peninsula, India, and Sri Lanka, it's actually it's unique. It's homemade, and it's a rapid diversification and a unique mixture of northern life forms from Eurasia, from the Laurasian great old continent of the past. So part of those came from that, and the other part came from the great southern continent we call Gondwana land, from the present area of Antarctica and the southern parts of the continents. So this great continent, the Gondwana land, a piece of that broke off as the Indian plate, where Sri Lanka and India were together, and we moved north for about 50 latitudes north, from 49 degrees south to now 5 to about 25 degrees north. So this plate moved across the Indian Ocean over the past 100 million years, and at one point collide with the Laurasian plate, and rapid interchange of the animals and plants that traveled using this raft from southern continent, Gondwana land to the north, jumped into the Laurasian large continent, and then the animals that were there met came south and met the animals and plants of the southern continent. But then appeared the Himalayas as a result of this impact, and about 40 to 30 million year time, this interchange started to cease. And then came the volcanoes, and kind of basically killed off a good proportion of this, or whatever this mixture of this diversity of plants and animals, wildlife in a broader sense, and which gave the room for the emergence of new lineages. And now we have a very high endemicity in the Western Ghats and Sri Lanka, and very unique fauna and flora. For example, in this picture, I think I can. Okay, here we go. This pointer. So this is a rhododendron plant, which is a lineage coming from the northern great continent, the Laurasia, and I can't show you a good image. I should have it. There are, like, say, horned lizards, which is common in this landscape. This is the Patana, or the Shola type ecosystem in Sri Lanka, and some of these horned lizards, for example, are an example of animals from the southern great continent, Gondwana. So in the Shola ecosystem of India and the wet Patana ecosystem of Sri Lanka, which is basically the same, has this great mixture of the north and south. So anyway, so I just thought to show this out of kind of passion, and I mean the pride and the evolutionary and biological heritage is shared between Sri Lanka and India. Okay, I will not talk about kidneys. Okay, and let's I'll get back to. Okay, I will stop sharing. And how can I get into the? I wanted to. Okay, sorry. Right. So, so how this wildlife, history of wildlife, people, and pandemics affecting the dimensions of wildlife conservation. Before that, I thought I should briefly mention about the established dimensions of wildlife conservation. I spoke about the basic need of conservation, the practice of conservation in a scientific standpoint in conservation sciences, and how about wildlife conservation? What are the ingredients of wildlife conservation? One of the key ingredients, which is the wildlife, another ingredient conservation from human impact or human aspect, and in return conserving the human species. So those are the main pillars of wildlife conservation. The wildlife, that includes animals and plants and things that we can't see, the things that we can see, and the big ones, all the way up as big as a dipterocarp tree, or like a oak tree, or a blue whale, or an elephant, a tiger. So like big things to small things like viruses, bacteria, to everything, right? So that's one pillar. The human is the other pillar, that includes the humans, the people, the birth rate, their death rate, how they consume the planet for their daily and their needs, such as extraction of minerals, or computers and iPhones or whatever, extraction of meat or energy in terms of hunting or aquaculture or farming, extraction of photosynthesis based nutrients in terms of vegetables, rice, wheat, that sort of things, and then diverting that, some of those, back to animals and extracting proteins, and like animal based proteins, and also the extraction of fossil fuels and other resources. So that's the extraction part. Population growth and population size affects, because if you live in a forest as a small tribe of say 100 individuals, your footprint would be very different compared to a place where a square kilometer of forest being occupied by say 500 people or 1,000 people and so on, right? So the growth, population density is a factor. The nature of interaction is a factor. For example, some communities are more driven by protein, animal-based proteins, like some coastal communities across the globe, which rely on fish. Some communities that rely on certain types of meat, like for some people who would crave for beef and meat from ungulates. Some communities would not have such a strong craving or affinity to those items, meat items. Some communities are traditionally driven for bushmeat, extraction of wildlife, both small and large, as meat, and certain communities only feed on larger meat as farmed through farmed animals or livestock based things. So for example, Eastern and Southeastern Asia as a whole heavily depend on bushmeat, so as African nations. And South Asia, for example, doesn't have such a strong compared to Southeast Asia or Africa, bushmeat driven protein extractions. So, and then the belief systems, your religion, what is right and what is wrong, and how that affects, would wildlife is just a mere something that created by some other form, superior form for your consumption. So the communities that believe in such ideologies would have very little regard in some cases for wildlife. It not always. I experience my own. I have my own experience. There are some believe that some form of a god actually created these animals for their consumption. Also do conservation, because if you destroy that animal or that wild population, you are basically going against the god's will, because God created these animals and plants for humans to look after and eat and use their extra energy. So if you destroy it, you are going up against the God's will. So this the idea of the nature is created for you for your consumption may or may not have detrimental effects. That depends on, again, the other subsequent belief systems. But like in certain, for example, South Asian and Asian belief systems where nature is an integral part of you and it is not created for you, you are a creation from the nature, kind of a religious and community viewpoints actually help kind of more tolerance. Because like for example in Sri Lanka, most parts of Sri Lanka, like people, even though it's nuisance they wanted to kill, they try not to kill, just simply because that will give some bad karma or bad something will come to you, because you are also part of them. So if you do something bad to your cousin, that would, or in this case wildlife, that would come back to you. So these all consist of the other pillar, the human pillar. And then the conservation pillar comes, which has multiple dimensions. What kind of population size you want to maintain? What kind of animals you want to give priority? What kind of tolerance you have towards the extraction of animal proteins or resources? And then what kind of enforcement you want to do? What kind of self-regulation you want the communities to have? And finally, what kind of what is the level of knowledge you have on the populations, wildlife populations and wildlife communities in hand, that you can rely on data and you can rely on enforcement and having a positive enforcement. So in that context, the wildlife research plays a role, and in most cases, I think as a in the Asian sector, we are a little bit lagging behind, because we have relatively shallow knowledge in terms of our population sizes and how the regulators of populations compared to some of the Western countries. We are very strong when it comes to the human column and how the human column actually tolerating wildlife and appreciating wildlife as a part of the integral scheme compared to Western bloc. But the knowledge and the regulators of the wildlife populations are, in our case, a little bit less known or poorly known. So those are the dimensions of wildlife conservation. Now let's see how these wildlife dimensions have been altered because of this altered worldview that has been happening right now as we are talking across the globe. It started in China, and I think it's quickly moved to Europe, and then to New World or the Americas, both South and North Americas, and now again slowly coming towards us. So as this progresses, the new regulations started to emerge, new ideologies started to emerge, and that would have a profound impact, I think, in the world we live now on. Why I say that, when you looked into the pandemics of the past, each like actual pandemic actually had a profound impact on the subsequent generation. So we are, in that way, our belief systems, or the way we conduct things, and our civilization as a whole actually has been shaped by the previous pandemics. So as this new pandemic will shape. The question is, can we make it a positive change, or can we make it a negative change, or we don't use it so that whatever the change comes would have a neutral effect. So I think as a university community across the globe, like this sort of actions, and me talking like this, you listening to this, and all the other the academic scientists and the decision makers who are listening to this sort of webinars and all, they all in their unique capacities and unique perceptions actually, I think, try to make this, whatever the change comes, to make it a better change, so that we would have a better future. Our children, our kids, and our future generations would have a better message and better outcome as a result of this pandemic. Pandemics are bad, yes, and death is bad, suffering is bad. So so we are not accepting it as a good messenger, but every dark cloud has a silver lining. So that's where we are after. And these sometimes this sort of dark clouds actually would give us the courage, hope, and the knowledge for us to avoid a much greater calamity in the near future. So that is how I think conservation scientists should view. So what are the changes? I think it's easier now to communicate to the greater community the interactions of the wildlife and humans, because now everybody knows that this virus had jumped from some form of animal to humans. Those who, I mean, if somebody came up with this radical idea that it be created in a lab, still I think that also gives some insight that how biology could change the world. So the role of biology, role of the study of life is, I think, universally now appreciated, positively or negatively. And then most people with the right sense of mind would understand that this would be a mostly likely a case for zoonosis, where animal disease found in animals, zoonosis, animal-based pathogen, accidentally in a kind of a fluke kind of manner jumped onto the humans. Why that happened is critical for this altered dimension, because when you looked into why that happened and why that had not happened in the past, exposed the critical question of wildlife conservation, which is that there's a greater interaction of humans with wildlife. Is that a good thing? We always say that there should be a positive interaction with human and wildlife. But the problem is that this interaction in this case is forced, partly either habitat destruction, where animals have no place to go, so they are coming into human habitat. We humans unwantedly go into animal habitat and violate their ways of life. So this forced interaction causing extra potential for life forms to change, because life forms, especially the viruses and the more basal forms of life, has a slightly higher chance of changing, partly because they have a smaller generation time, they have a shorter lifespan, and they have a much higher reproductive rate, and also they have, in some cases, they have a less sophisticated correction mechanisms within their genomes. So as a result, they are slightly ahead of us in terms of capitalizing the changes in the environment. So us means us and all the wildlife that we normally conventionally talking about. So as a result, this forced merger of people and humans, partly humans violate, destroying forests, wetlands, and humans basically invading animal landscape, causing this problem, which is a eye opener in most cases, and animals coming into the human landscape because animals were not given enough landscape for them to survive. Also a change in, I think, it's a game changer in terms of environmental communication. That's one thing. The other thing, our interactions with the animals, like, the bushmeat industry. There are certain taboos. Some are, simply religious. Sometimes they are based on other reasons, or like, for example, historically a king or some dominant individual in a society might have placed a law, say that you can't eat this, or if you eat this, some bad thing happened to you. So that would basically resonate in the society through millennia, and each community would have certain taboos. Like, for example, most Africans don't eat great apes, meat of great apes. People in the Middle East don't eat pig. People in the South Asia mostly don't eat cattle in most cases based on their historical reasons. So like that. So this causing, helping these maintaining the boundaries in some form of another. Most parts of the world, people don't eat amphibians, and then some parts people love amphibians. So, but if you are talking about a conservation standpoint, sometimes people like to eat meat would be a good thing, so that you can convince that, like if you wanted to have continued supply of, say, wild meat, you have to make sure some conservation has to be done, like ducks unlimited, a movement in North America that created and enforced, or not enforced, what we call that movement that has been there for past century now, actually initiated by the hunters, duck hunters, to make sure that the duck hunting can continue through generations, through protection of wetlands, so that the wetlands can be protected and wetlands can be enhanced, so that there will be more ducks, so that there will be, the sport of hunting of ducks can continue. So something like that. So that's a positive, like hunting associated positive change. Hunting associated negative change would be go to anywhere in Southeast Asia and go to a forest patch and you see nothing. And even if you occasionally see something, it will fly away or run away, just simply because every single thing that moves beneath it, or try to get people. And there's a worrying trend in Sri Lanka also. There's snares and nooses and traps started to get widespread in the country, in Sri Lanka, because the COVID actually displaced a lot of people from their workplaces. So the people who lived in Colombo, in our Sri Lankan context, I think that is true across the globe. The people who worked and lived in the city and earn a monthly or a daily wage and bought their proteins, their consumer needs from a shop, now forced to find their meat or proteins, their food, their water, and their basic necessities through their own unique way. So if you go to a shop and get your water, your proteins, and your grain, whatever, cereal and milk and all, it's easy to regulate, because then you can have a centralized system of providing those, and then you regulate that centralized or semi-centralized systems, and you can enforce easier. But when each individual try to find their source of protein, source of carbohydrates, source of fat, and so on, by their own unique ways, it's hard to regulate. And that is exactly happening in Sri Lanka, for example, where the people who lost their jobs in the city, now in their communities, in rural sector or everywhere in the country, and they all wanted to maintain the life that they had in the city, like having, say, chicken or fish for every meal, having dal and a vegetable with rice for every meal, and having a cup of milk or a glass of tea for like, say, at least twice a day. Try to maintain that in a rural setting where you don't have chicken that much, and chicken is not that available and not that cheap. So in that case, they go and put a snare, and it's becoming huge. So many leopards had been died. The leopard is a flagship species, so it is more obvious that when a leopard died, but so many animals dying from snares because of this issue, and it's been increased in a couple of folds because of COVID. And then the regulation, the like militarization, the tighter regulations of movement, which is a good thing in some cases, but some cases bad, like environmental activism, in some cases considered as a bad thing. So using the same military or same organized regulator mechanism that is happening in to control COVID can use to control activism. That's I think another big thing I see. So the dimension change, the greater awareness of biology and its role in shaping our lives, right, is a good thing. And that will have a greater impact in the future, where people being still taught that the biggest use of a forest is to get timber. Kids were told like that, and then later, 20 years down the road, we say that don't cut forest. But they were brainwashed in there when they were 6 years old or 7 years old that the main use of forest is to get timber. And then they grow older, they go and cut trees, and we say no, you can't cut forest because the main use of forest is to preserve water and air and soil. So like that, but the pandemic will teach them. The forest will prevent great human deaths in the form of pandemics. The water, clean environment, clean soil, clean air would make you less sick. So those are important changes. But independence in economy, independence, try to be self-sustaining in a smaller community level, actually drives local extinctions, local problems for wildlife conservation, and less regulation and inability to regulate in certain cases. The third aspect is that this organized control mechanics actually would have a greater negative or positive change based on how we, as the biology or concerned citizens of this planet, react to these changes. So if it happened if we push the right buttons, we might be able to push it to the right direction and have a greater regulation over conservation of wildlife. But if you do it if you let it just regulate by itself, it might actually would support more economic growth to catch up whatever the loss for the past 6 months, and that would be detrimental for the wildlife sector. I think I spoke a little bit more and I missed few slides. I think I will stop now, and it's almost 11 o'clock. I'll let the organizers to decide what we should do. Thank you for listening me, and I hope that in a slightly less organized manner, I try to communicate what I wanted to communicate.
Thank you, sir, for a beautiful session. Sir, we have got few questions here. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you're loud and clear. Yes.
Okay. So the first question is by Dr. Subhash Bhosle. We are trying to conserve human species through conservation of wildlife and nature. Suppose if Homo sapiens are wiped off from the nature, do you think it's going to make any difference to wildlife and nature?
Yes, of course. If you look at the past, like say if you go past 200 to 300 million years back in time, whenever the dominant consumer wiped out, the life has a life. The rest of the life takes its own form, own paths. So yes, it will have a profound impact, a positive impact for the globe, for the diversity. Because the problem is that once we consume about 90% of the resources, or at least one species consumed like a very high proportion of resources. And that one species ended up being an omnivore. So we eat plants, we eat grains, we eat fruit, and we eat meat. Like if we are vegetarians, or if we are only consume plant, then at least we can maintain slightly bigger population size, because when you looked into the planet, the carnivores can't maintain very high population size. Herbivores can maintain very high population size. So we if we are herbivores, then we can maintain a little bit bigger population size and have the same impact. But since most of the community is now moving from herbivory to carnivory, we actually limit our opportunity to maintain a larger population size. So yes, if we are gone, I think the planet would find it a better days. Yes.
The second question is from Dr. Evelino. Probably this would be the last question as we run out of the time. According to him, how can we practice sustainability of animal resources in this time of COVID-19, as many people will start exploiting wildlife as potential employment opportunities?
Yeah, I think I touched that at the end. Probably this question came before that. Yeah, that's I think the biggest Pandora box that we have to deal with. Where communities in the community level, individuals in the household level, and then the governments in the larger scale try to be independent in terms of their dependence. So in that landscape where everybody wanted to catch whatever the protein source, whatever the fish that they could get, whatever the vegetable that they could pluck, whatever the fresh leaf that they could eat around their environment. And then in the Anthropocene, where humans are all over the globe, that would have a very negative impact in a short range. But what we hope is that in the longer run, this dependency of the local sources of vegetables and meat would create a greater awareness of these communities and the societies that would lead to conservation. But the unfortunate reality is that when you look into Southeast Asia, for example, we don't see that understanding coming through extinction, where a species after another collapsing due to hunting, and the hunters don't pay any attention to it. So that is unfortunate. What we hope is that some active conservation programs would push governments and lawmakers to integrate this into their legal scheme, so that the wildlife get wiped out.
So there is one more question by Mr. Ashwit. Does vegan lifestyle make any difference in wildlife conservation in a positive way?
It's a trick question. I don't know veganism. I'm not a vegetarian, but people argue that we are not meant to be vegetarians. We are omnivores. But I won't comment on veganism in this case, because veganism can be extraordinary. It needs specific system of specific infrastructure to operate. Veganism is part of the answer. Okay? So the vegetarianism, for example, would have a low impact. People would argue no, but I would say yes. Because if you are a cow, you would have a slightly lower, not slightly, about 1/10 of the impact if you are a tiger. Because, what we know in terms of energy transition in the planet.
And is also on the editorial boards of several peer-reviewed journals from India and abroad. Dr. Borkar also regularly writes scientific and socio-political articles in columns for newspapers and monthly magazines, creating awareness about ecological crisis and conservation of biodiversity in Goa. His expertise includes conservation biology and wildlife, human-wildlife conflict mitigation, wildlife forensics, to name a few. He is the recipient of several awards and accolades nationally and internationally, such as the Fellowship of Academy of Sciences, Fellowship of Indian Academy of Environmental Sciences, and the first Goa State Meritorious Teacher Awardee in Higher Education in the year 2015. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Manoj Borkar to this webinar, and I request sir to kindly begin his session.
I just want to confirm if I'm audible, and allow me to share my screen with you, please.
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Just a minute. Is my presentation seen on your screen, please?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Avelino, are you able to, is everybody able to access my screen?
No, sir, not yet, sir. Not yet, sir.
it displays here. Just give me a minute.
Yes.
On my screen, it displays. Just let me know when you get to see this. Not as yet.
Not as yet, sir.
Oh, just give me a minute. Let me see.
Yes, sir.
This becomes. I mean, I have to admit, I'm not very techno savvy. Right, I think it's here now. Share. Right. Yes, I think you should be able to see it now. Do you?
Yes, sir.
Right, can you see this? All right, for one
Yes,
last
sir.
time, confirm, am I audible and is my presentation visible to everybody?
Yes, sir. You're audible and your screen is also visible, sir.
At the outset, please accept my gratitude for finding me worthy of being included in this international webinar. Thanks a lot to Professor Vrinda Borkar, my colleague Suchana Monkar, and all the faculty members of the Department of Zoology. A word of appreciation to all the fraternity colleagues, both from the state, the country, and other parts of the world. I think this has been an amazing, yet very challenging times in the kind of challenge that's been posed by the pandemic. And any effort at making the best out of this solitary confinement to homes is worth it. And I think you deserve, as an institution, to be congratulated for taking up a theme which is extremely pertinent in the present times. I hope I don't deviate from the theme of this international webinar. It's a paradox in a sense that most of the events happening in the present times have a fulcrum of COVID-19. Everything seems to be revolving around COVID-19. And obviously, wildlife wouldn't have been an exception. So what I thought is, wherein most of the panelists and the previous speakers have painted, I suppose, a very rosy picture, I back to, present a gloomy side of the whole discussion, which has got to do with human-wildlife conflicts. I have to say again that all that I present today is not necessarily my own experience and work in the field, but I've chosen to liberally draw from different authentic sources, my personal discussion with experts across the globe. Personally, in the last 2 decades, I have traveled across the country in various biogeographic zones. I've had a little experience working with conflict species that include the crocodiles, the elephant, crocodiles, of course, in my own state, and in Gujarat at Vishwamitri. I've also had a little experience understanding the conflict issues with elephants at Saranda. Some time back, I had this opportunity to understand the conservation concerns of the Gangetic River dolphin in River Brahmaputra at Assam. And the most amazing of all of these experiences that I've had came somewhere in 2012. And I was having a little, exposure to one of the most flamboyant and, should I say, glamorous carnivores of the world, which of course in India is, has a critically endangered status, or maybe a very precarious conservation status. That's of course the Asiatic lion. So in my presentation today, I seek to kind of touch and go on more or less most of the conflict species are Indian subcontinent, but I choose to indulge in some specific discussion and maybe a little, go into a little, walk a few extra miles, if I may call it so, with some species of particular interest to me. So allow me to start once again thanking all of you who are in my audience at this point in time, and of course to the Organised for giving us precious time to interact with academic fraternity and all like-minded people who are worried about not only their own lives during the COVID pandemic, but also the lives and the conservation future of many species that we share the planet with. So in my title slide, I've chosen to represent the goat, which of course is the state animal of Goa. And of course we have the heritage animal of India, the Asiatic elephant, and of course we have the national animal, the tiger. Well, I think before we get into the nitty-gritty of human-wildlife conflict, a few things need to be understood in the right perspective. Why we at all talking about human-wildlife conflict in the Indian subcontinent? What rather makes the Indian subcontinent, the playing field for human-wildlife conflict, or the playground for this kind of a conflict situation? To understand that, we need to draw some parallels between the climatic regimes of the world and compare that with the kind of mosaic of climate analogs that we have in our own country. And all of us know that India is a subcontinent. It's by virtue of its land mass and the latitudinal change between, let's say, the extreme north and the southernmost part of the Indian peninsula. We've got an amazing area of substrate, climate, and vegetational changes, which probably account for the wildlife riches and the exceptional biodiversity that this country holds. So what you see on your screen probably is a very interesting comparison between the forest types and land cover that we have in India as against bringing together of the various climatic regimes from across the globe. And that's what you call as a climate analog of India. So if my cursor is moving on the screen, you will probably see that from north to south and across from Gujarat to the northeast, you've got probably a representation of different climatic regimes all in one single landmass. And I think that's one reason which, and of course, along with the climatic change, we also have an ecosystem, a mosaic of ecosystem diversity, a kaleidoscopic, variety of ecosystems. And then when you have this kind of combinations of climate, substrate, and vegetation, it ought to support an amazing diversity of, life forms. Those which occur in wilderness, of course, we choose to call them wild. In course of human evolution, we have sought to domesticate some animals, as also some plant cultivars for agriculture, animal husbandry, and so on and so forth. But of course, as a matter of fact, despite the fact that many of these species today have been domesticated for agricultural purpose, for animal husbandry, they've all had origins in the wild. So I think I needn't say much if we understand that of the world's 35 biodiversity hotspots, I think we have as many as 3. And I mean, this number is, it keeps on changing. We have as many as 26 of world's most important birding areas or wetlands, which are covered under the Ramsar Convention. And we have as many as 7 natural world heritage sites as recognized by UNESCO. I think this is all an endorsement of the kind of reaches that we have in the country. The country also has, as I've said a little while ago, as many as 10 different biogeographic zones, from the Himalayas to the deserts, to the Indian peninsula, to the arid zones, to islands and what have you. I think, allow me to quote Marco Polo, who's very famous for his travelogues, who's believed to have said that I am now passing through a land which has got some marvelous, unparalleled, reaches in terms of wildlife endowments or biodiversity reaches. And he was right, because, and I guess that's what explains the amazing, the biodiversity endowments and the wildlife reaches that this country holds within the confines of its unified political jurisdiction. That's what is India. We should be, first of all, even before we get into discussion of human-wildlife conflict, feel proud about being an Indian, not in the sense of the nationalist spirit, but in the sense of being a stakeholder or a custodian of this kind of reaches. That leave aside being matched could hardly be paralleled by any other country. I hope I don't sound boisterous about this, but that's a fact. Well, that's the positive side, but on a flip note, we not all is well about the Indian wildlife. I mean, there are a lot of issues which is pushing our wildlife reaches to the wall. And the manifestation, of course, is in form of human-wildlife conflict situation, which is on a rise. Today, across the Indian subcontinent, we have emerging cases of human-wildlife conflict that is resulting in loss of life, loss of property, a fear psychosis, a lot of negativity that is being harbored in the minds of people, particularly in the rural segment. Not to exempt the urban landscape, because you now find the human-wildlife conflict is spilling over also into urban spaces. So over the next few slides, I will attempt to kind of give you a little understanding of what are the reasons, what exactly does it mean to have a human-wildlife conflict situation. We shall attempt to view that using an ethical prism, because more often than not, when we speak about human-wildlife conflict, we try to demonize the wildlife as being the trigger for the conflict, but that's not necessarily so. Not only are human beings the perpetrators sometimes of the conflict, but they're victims as well. And the same thing holds good for the wildlife as well. So let me just move on further. Well, before I change slide, I seek to draw your attention to an amazing diversity of forest types and land cover that Indian subcontinent hosts. And no wonder, therefore, that each of these biogeographic zones will host and hold its peculiar biodiversity, which also includes wildlife. And for some of us who often tend to kind of get confused between these two terms, biodiversity and wildlife, where biodiversity is a blanket expression which is all-encompassing, which includes absolutely all kinds of life forms. And when we speak about wildlife, it's more to, you put a frame in terms of the spatial expanse, and you're referring to species that occur in wilderness per se. So anything which is not, I would say, anything which does not confine itself to wilderness or is human, is not qualified to be addressed as wild. I mean, the other way around, the Webster's dictionary, which is kind of a dictionary which is very popular, talks about wildlife as all species which are neither human nor domesticated, are qualified to be called as wild. I mean, that's basically what it is. And I need to say this with a lot of conviction that human-wildlife conflict is not as if something contemporary or something recent. I mean, there are irrefutable evidences by way of petroglyphs. So you have some rock art, or you have some scripture. I mean, it's mentioned in the Rig Vedas, one of the earliest scriptures. It does talk about incidents of human-wildlife conflict. So I'm just trying to impress upon all of us that human-wildlife conflict has assumed a scale or dimension in terms of its intensity, and the kind of toll that it takes on life and property is something incredible today. But the phenomenon is an antique phenomenon. And I just got two quick images to share with you. One is what I've chosen from a rock art from Dhempe caves, which are again a UNESCO protected site in Madhya Pradesh, in Bhopal, where you can very clearly see some sort of depiction of human-wildlife conflict. You find probably a hunting party and a few animals, and you do find this amazing pictograph of a tiger on a blood-red, hematite ores, probably consolidate, where you get to see a carnivore, which is assumingly a tiger with a lot of people around, suggestive of a conflict situation. So what I'm trying to impress upon everybody here is that human-wildlife conflict is an antique phenomenon. It's been there for quite some time, but the scale and dimensions of its manifestation today are of a very serious nature. So this is very important again. And by the way, why has it escalated in the present times? As the pressures have increased, you see, I think one of the most important trigger or driver of human-wildlife conflict is our exponential growth of our own species, our demographic pressures that we exert on the landscape, on the waterscape, on the resources. And I think it's quite obvious that when you have more than one species competing for a common resource in short supply, competition is inevitable. And when you compete, there's bound to be a conflict. And therefore, this is very important. And in all such conflict interface, you will often note that there's an underlying resource which is sought to be exploited by the two conflicting species, in the sense that it's a disoperative coaction by two different species in which both of them have a potential to inflict damage to one another. So sometimes one side gets highlighted, sometimes the other side gets highlighted. So the point is, it's important that we accept that human-wildlife conflict is, of course, an emerging discussion, but it's been there in our lives for quite some time. And of course, there are many other triggers. For instance, another reason for a lot of these spillovers that you experience, where you have wild animals, many of which are apex predators, coming into human settlements, and that's essentially because the habitat matrices of these carnivores are no longer being met, either because you and I have depleted the resources. I mean, as probably because overexploitation, there has been poaching, there has been hunting. Invariably, there's a landmass which is exceptionally rich in biodiversity, has underlying it very rich reserves of mineral ores, which fetch a lot of economic valuation. So, the conflict is insidious in the fact that we often compete for resources in one and the same place. And then there's a priority. I mean, the question is always whether we look for economic drivers and economic incentives against conservation of nature and natural resources. So this is very important. Again, with the increase in the number of people that the planet supports today, there is a corresponding demand for food resources. There's a corresponding increase in demand for living spaces. Once again, all this will come from one and the same planet. So, that's basically what I'm hinting at, that you allow that conflict to intensify by the way you conduct yourself on the planet, in a sense of dominion, in a spirit of being that intelligent species with little scant regards to the rest of the life forms. I think that's something very important. Now, and of course, I've always been very critical in many of my expressions, both written and spoken, on this rabid, I use the word rabid with an absolute intention to suggest that the infrastructure development pace today is simply unacceptable because it's taking huge toll on nature and natural resources. You look at our infrastructure, you look at our road network, you look at our bridges, you look at the entire manufactured capital, which is a consequence of science and technology, has taken a toll on the earth capital. I think our landscapes are fragmented today. Our landscapes are altered today. Our habitats are degraded today. And we quickly adapt by virtue of our technology, our engineering, and the whole notion that we are an extremely resilient species. Probably, these advantages of science and technology don't get extended. I don't like the word lesser species, but that's how people look at that. That we need to share the planet in a spirit of co-inhabitation. That if you choose to be the dominant species on the planet, you will turn on Nelson's side of the conflict issue. If you choose to be sensitive and sensible, then these concerns of taking everybody along, that's what I call as a Franciscan theology, where there's a principle of equity and equality and respect to all forms of life, is a quintessential feature of a very small, subtle effort and attempt at addressing, I would not even say resolving, addressing this conflict issue. So yes, linear infrastructure like roads, rails have been death traps for many of our species. There again, my slides are kind of crammed with a lot of information because I told you in the beginning I've taken liberty to draw very liberally from some of the recent research, some of the recent clippings from the newspaper. You may choose to ignore all these facts and figures, don't really mean much if we accept that we do have a very serious situation, human-wildlife conflict today, not only in our country but the world over. And as I said, if you look at the right side of your screen, there have been some states which have been the hotbeds, kind of epicenter of very acute conflict situation. For instance, you've got a state like Madhya Pradesh, you've got a state like, the Maharashtra. Efforts in terms of funding, or they are iconic species, or as I choose to use the word iconic and glamorous because they become the icons. I think the best example is the Asiatic lion. So you look at the insignia of Make in India, it's a lion. That may have something to do with the fact that the Honorable Prime Minister belongs to the state of Gujarat, and he uses his good office for a cause, which is of course the cause of conserving the lions. But sometimes political decisions are also not, in agreement with the conservation science, and we probably talk about it a little later. So again, to come back to my discussion, the human-wildlife conflict is also a function of what kind of species is involved in that conflict. How does it behave? I use the word ethogram to suggest the sum total of the ways in which a species shall behave towards a situation, which is very challenging in terms of finding its resources, in being able to survive and sustain itself, and to make sure that it passes its genes to the subsequent generation. So, and what is its proximity to the human ecosystem? I think these are some of the important considerations to decide on how significant is that species in terms of conflict potential. I've already spoken to you. Human-wildlife conflict is an emerging theme. It's something very important that governments need to focus on. Stakeholders need to, spend some time understanding the whole issue. For simple reason that human-wildlife conflict has a lot to do with human safety, human health, human welfare, and of course, in the larger sense, the biodiversity and ecosystem sustainability and health. I am sure. In fact, the whole discussion is happening, as I said, around the fulcrum of COVID-19, and there are lots of conspiracy theories, not barring the fact that one theory is spillover from a bat species into probably a pangolin, which was a routinely sold item in the Wuhan wet market. Again, this needs to be confirmed through proper research. There's a lot of reluctance on the part of the Chinese authorities to let any investigations happen. The frank investigation is yet to happen, but notwithstanding gaps in our understanding and information, it's certain that a lot of species are reservoirs of pathogens that can transmit into human population, and that's the domain of zoonosis and zoonotic diseases. So yes, human-wildlife conflict, which are triggered when the human population come in close proximity to the wildlife, because you start intruding, and the wilderness is shrinking because of expanding croplands, because of your urban spaces. You're getting very close, you're getting too intimate with the wild spaces, and there's bound to be a spillover, and that's exactly what I mean. And then finally, you point fingers at the bats, you point fingers at the pangolins, not quite accepting the fact that you've been dangerously close to some of these wild populations. So this is something very important. Human-wildlife conflict must also be viewed in the larger context of habitat destruction. That's one of the anthropogenic stressors. Probably the way we are increasing, overwhelming number of human beings, poverty, inequity, a compromise on living standards, and of course, more than anything, I always speak about an extremely unresponsive, insensitive, and legal and administrative regime can precipitate the whole, notion, the phenomenon of human-wildlife conflict. Let me go through this slide very quickly, just to give you a quick look at what is protected but not safe. Just have a look on the right side of your screen. If you can see that very clearly, we have almost, this is not very recent, but I guess we have something like 700 odd protected areas, which are indicated as those green dots all across the Indian, landmass. And if you look at the tiger, you have 29% of the tigers are not in protected areas. They're outside the tiger reserves. If you look at the elephant, 67% of them are outside the PA. This data is not very recent, but it's indicative of the fact that a lot of our wildlife now is characteristically a spillover population. And when they're forced to spill over from the metapopulation habitat, they have no choice but to establish a satellite population. And a satellite population obviously would be beyond the jurisdiction of protected areas, and in all probability and likelihood in close proximity of human population, allowing a human-wildlife conflict interface to emerge. And when you have these interfaces emerging and cropping up quickly, conflict is bound to follow. You have the black buck in the peninsula India, in many parts of Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh and probably Rajasthan. Black buck is a major crop breeding species. You've got wolves, which again, this is amazing. The entire wolf population seems to be outside the PS. That's something that we really need to think about. So today we speak about wildlife in urban spaces. I think this is one of the reasons that many species now have started looking beyond At the end of the day, you and I define the protected area limits. The protected area limit is something that we lay down on paper, right? So for a species, what is protected area may not really meet all the requirements. And given a situation of that kind where the habitat matrices for a given species are not fulfilled by the metapopulation habitat, the species is left with no option but to look beyond. And I think that's the beginning of a conflict situation. That's something very important. And there are some interesting figures where you have over 1,000 Indians killed in encounters with large mammals annually, not to mention the damage to crops, livestock, property worth millions of rupees. So there's an economic dimension to the whole, talk about human-wildlife conflict. And then, of course, you have a lot of fragmentation happening today. I've already explained that to you. I guess, and we've always been told by our mentors right from the college days until now, I still choose to call, I am still a student of wildlife biology and conservation biology, and I've got mentors everywhere from the man in the field to the man in the office who dons the the position of maybe the chief wildlife warden. There's always a lot to learn from everybody. There's one thing I have always understood is protecting the habitat is the highest form of conservation. If you are able to guarantee integrity of habitats, I think the species shall be very happy. It need not be species-oriented conservation effort. It should always be habitat-oriented. That's more comprehensive. That's more all-encompassing, I say. So if you're able to conserve the habitat, then I guess everything that lies within the habitat automatically will be conserved. And the species will not feel the need to spill over. And if they don't spill over, obviously, there's very little chance that there shall be a conflict situation. But, and again, when there's a conflict, when you have these carnivores, when you have these large mammals, when you have these ungulates, and when you have these the phalids and the canids, which kind of intrude into human spaces. Pardon me, the word intrude is, I use it only because it's in vogue. In my frank opinion, the wild animals don't intrude or incurse into human settlements. Invariably, the other way around is true. But for the sake of an academic discussion, even for a while, if we assume that there's incursion and there is some sort of encroachment into human spaces by wild, that's essentially because they don't find what they need to find in the habitat. Probably the prey density is inadequate, probably the water is scarce, probably the quality of the vegetation is inappropriate, probably the herbivores do not have enough fodder species, and that's all in the realm of wildlife management. So I guess wildlife conflict resolution and wildlife conflict management and mitigation has very much to do with, these are dimensions of these are dimensions of wildlife management. And a wildlife manager should have reasonable understanding of these issues of human-wildlife conflict. That's something very, very important. And I think more often than not, unless there's a fatality where animals are killed, I think even in the state of Goa in the recent past, we've had tigers being, deliberately poisoned by sprinkling some pesticides, some kind of toxins on the carcass of the buffaloes that they brought down in some of our protected areas. This were outright, as eventually confirmed by investigations, examples of revenge killing. I mean, why do you seek a revenge? Why would somebody as benign as a pastoral living in some remote corner of a protected area have anything to do hostile towards the tiger simply because he is deprived of his economic, incentives, his source of livelihood having been deprived by the large carnivore? It triggers and elicits an intense hatred, and you don't want to retaliate. So many animals are also killed by way of retaliation. Some of them are killed accidentally. Some are killed for hunting, by hunting for wildlife meat or bush meat, which is again very rampant across the country. And some get poisoned, some get electrocuted, some are probably knocked off by the trains. Some will talk about this as we proceed. A quick look at this, and these are in terms, if you look at the a small graph here, this is distribution in time studies on human-wildlife conflicts in the world between 1996 and maybe around, say, 2014, say around half a decade ago. You will see there's a linear progression in terms, there's an exponential growth. I mean, we always talk about a logarithmic increase, and this is a serious situation. That if the conflict episodes are rising it's certainly something's going wrong. Probably our response is not adequate, its response is not timely, and we need to look at this with more concern and care. And quickly on the right, we need to look at this graphical representation of distribution of human-wildlife conflict incidences globally. The one on the top, which is in blue, and allow me to share with you the intensity of the color is proportionate to the intensity or the scale of the conflict, by which I mean, for instance, the extreme top map, which has used the blue color, what is intensely blue is suggestive of the most intense incident of human-wildlife conflict. And likewise, if you look at the one in the middle, which is green, dark green is indicative of intensity being higher on that scale, and similarly for the last one. So the first one on top has got to do with distribution of human-wildlife conflict incidents in terms of predation of domestic animals, crop raids, and attacks on humans. The one on top. The one in between is only about crop damage, and the one beneath has got to do with predation of domesticated animals. I mean, as I said some time back, if your cattle is depredated, and by the way, do not get confused. Predation, depredation are words which are being interchangeably used. More often than sometimes, people choose the word predation when an element of nutrition is involved in that act. In the sense to talk about a predator-prey relationship. But you have a carnivore probably attacking your cattle and bringing it down, attacking a human being. It's often viewed as an act of depredation. But again, if you look at the Oxford English Dictionary, they choose not to differentiate between predation and depredation, and these words are interchangeable. So this is more or less to impress upon you that the human-wildlife conflict global scenario is something to worry about. Again, the country-wise distribution of human-wildlife conflict as incidents or attacks on human. This is only about attack on human, which could have been fatal, but the lucky individuals escape only with injury, sometimes grievous, an extremely, how would I say, a life-threatening kind of a situation, but was lucky enough to escape. So if you look at again, the intensity of colors indicate. I am talking about the one on the left. There are almost as many as I think 14 countries chosen for this representation, from Bangladesh to Russia. If you look at the Bangladesh figures are extremely discouraging, with almost around 1,400 plus deaths and 7 injuries consequent to attacks of animals and human beings. And if you look at India, it's just not great again. It's about 235 deaths with 285 injuries. I mean, the black is suggestive of the scale of attack again. But what is very interesting also is that within the circles, you will notice 2 colors. You will notice the yellow part and you will notice the red part. The yellow portion of the circle is the proportion of injuries, and the red part is the proportion of fatalities. So if you look at India, again, the proportions are almost kind of equal, but in Bangladesh, the deaths are far in excess of the injuries. And on the right of your screen, you also get to see the distribution of human-wildlife conflict incidents for the continents, all of them from Australia to Asia. Again, very disheartening to note. I mean, this is all based on the Collationa database, the papers published in the domain of human-wildlife conflict situations. Whether that's got to do with predation of domestic animals, crop damage, attack on humans. I think the Asian continent tops the list as in comparison with many other parts of the world. Again, history of land use in India between 1880 and 2010. I'm just going to go quickly through this, some facts and figures here. But what you will clearly look at is, if you look at this part here, the one on the left on top has got to do with change in cropland. These are land use patterns that have changed in this time frame. You'll notice a lot of croplands have, you have a look here, between 1880 and 2010, you find more croplands. And that's the point, that a lot of wild spaces have now been encroached for the purpose of enhancing the food production. And that's at the cost and discomfort of the wild endowments. I mean, species which once existed in these wild spaces will now be displaced. You look at the forest cover, very unfortunately, it's opposite of this. If you look at the map beneath, the one on the left beneath, you find that the forest cover has been slowly fading away. Significant loss of forest from almost 89 million hectares to 63 million during this 1880 to 2010 period, which is again a very rapid loss of forest cover. Look at the grasslands and shrublands, again, you find a lot of change. And similarly, this is very interesting. The one on the right extreme, I mean, the lower one tells you the rate of urbanization. Please have a look. If you see those pink spots, pink or red or whatever you may choose to call it, you'll find that these are more concentrated between 1880 and 210. That's because after 1950, the pace of urbanization has been extremely rapid. With increase in demography, you need to offer living space. So a lot of our wild spaces and pristine spaces have been urbanized. Now, when you urbanize a space, it certainly loses its wilderness. And I think that's another reason. Excuse me, allow me to have a sip of water. Am I audible, Dr. Avelino?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you so much. And here is a very consolidated frame of some of the conflict species that we have in India. And it's very easy for you to understand this. On the right, I have taken the findings of Gureja and other workers, a consolidation of data which they had prepared for NBSAP. I was also fortunate enough to be representing my state in the 90s towards this effort at documenting India's biodiversity and coming up with prescriptions for biodiversity assessment and conservation plan. So some of the species that you see in the table is what I've chosen to put here. And you've got the tiger with a kill made here. This is, of course, a cow, and this is a conflict image. You have a dog here with a leopard. Dogs extremely, leopards extremely, it's highly adaptable, unlike the tiger. This is more of a specialist in terms of its prey requirement, as also in terms of its habitat. A leopard is rather more of a generalist, can easily adapt. It's almost an urban commensal of human beings, is able to manage with small species, probably like piglets and dogs and cats and stuff. Of course, you have the snow leopard in the Ladakh region, the Himalayan, the Trans-Himalayan belt, very elusive. And as of now, there has not been a single incident or attack on human beings insofar as the snow leopard is concerned. This image I have taken in Gujarat, where you have a lot of conflict with the Rabbaris, the Maldaris, and the Gujars. These are the pastorals, these are pastoralist, agro-pastoralist communities. They often lose their cattle, they lose their cattle heads, and the attacks on human beings are also not so very rare. And of course, you have the elephant. I think the recent past from the state of Kerala, a lot of attention was given to this very unfortunate death of an elephant cow, which was in the early stages of pregnancy, probably a 2-month-old fetus that she had in her womb. And she was a victim of, the crop raiding aversive measures taken by the local community, where they probably stuffed some sort of explosives in a pineapple, and which could explode on pressure. So this poor creature, driven by hunger, probably kind of chomped at it, and she got her mouth and her trunk, which is of course very sensitive part of the body anatomy, got tattooed and bruised very badly, and then she walked a long distance somewhere in Palakkad, and then I think eventually chose to die a silent death, standing for hours together in the water, refusing to be rescued by the task force of the forest department. Post-mortem revealed that she was pregnant, and then, of course, there was an outpour of empathy and sympathy, and everybody sought to grab a small share in the limelight arising out of this very unfortunate incident. How I wish that this empathy and sympathy and concern is a regular feature, and should not be. And the rest of the time, it's masked. It's only when you have you see, very unfortunately, we are reactive. We are not proactive. I think we now need to be a little proactive, to refuse to accept these as regular features in a country which is very populous. And then, of course, you have the wolf, which is, Then you have the wolf, which is again an apex predator, probably in some parts of central India. I told you some time back, 100% outside the protected area. And you go to Karnataka and some. Of course, you have the Himalayan bear in the extreme north, but we have the sloth. You'd also have up there in Ladakh and some parts of central India. You have the the Asiatic bears. All of these are known to be, indulging in depredation. They raid crops, and well, again, I mean, they attack human beings if there is a surprise. How would I say? Case where whilst they crop raid and they encounter a human being who's trying to drive them away, that will certainly trigger an attack. And you have a range of ungulates in India. This is an interesting ungulate of central India. It's an antelope which is found only in India, perhaps, and nowhere else. It's called a Nilgar blue bull, which is I think there has been a mounting pressure on the Ministry of Environment, Forest, and the state authorities to allow culling of this, because this inflicts the most significant economic losses on the agrarian economy. And of course, how ethical is it to allow these animals to be culled? Whether it's acceptable or not, that's a different discussion altogether. Well, these are some of the species we have in Goa. We have from the north, in the precincts of our Bhagwan Mahavir and Malay protected areas, we do have, particularly in Saptari, in Sangye, we have a lot of these king cobras that often end up in people's homes and backyards. And fortunately, to the best of my knowledge, there isn't as yet any episode reported, incident reported in terms of human death arising out of a conflict situation. Well, I don't think I need to overemphasize the conflict involving the bats. Most unfortunately, bats have been misunderstood post-COVID, since the discussion is about post-COVID scenario. I've got a couple of slides after this. I'm going to go a bit fast. Will just allow me a little more time. With due apologies, next speaker. I'll try to wind up very soon, but just bear with me for a little while. Well, we do have a variety of different species of bats, which are known to be carriers and reservoirs of zoonotic pathogens, but they do also raid a lot of horticultural crops. By the way, they do also offer a lot of pollinating services. So I think you need to look at situation very holistically and with a balanced vision, rather than demonizing and calling it a villain and say, look, the whole pandemic is thanks to the bat. We need to be a little more careful in our judgments in wanting to shun the bats altogether. Bats have also been victims for reasons of fancied pharmacopoeia. People believe that bat fat is very good for rheumatism. Bat meat is, an amazing, package of nutrients and so on and so forth. Then, of course, we have the peafowl, and that's a huge paradox. A national bird invites a lot of hostility, and it invariably associates with degraded landscapes, and it's also something that indulges in a lot of crop raiding. And of course, something that I have personally worked with, which is what is there in our state. Again, people have chronically chosen to ignore this reptile. It's an amphibious reptile, and this is the marsh crocodile or the mugger, which also has been shown signs of having reached a certain limit of carrying capacity in the Kumbharzon Canal. It's spilling over. I mean, you found these crocodiles venturing out as far as Miramar seashore. I mean, this is for the audience in Goa. In the recent past couple of years, we have had the Facebook and other cyberspace filled with this particular crazy image of a freshwater crocodile, and that's what it is basically. It is adapted to estuarine waters here in Goa. It was found, it is strayed as far as Miramar. So it's not a habitual man-eater, unlike its the saltwater crocodile, the Crocodylus porosus. This is Crocodylus palustris. It's not known to be a man-eater, but the fact is it can create a lot of commotion and fear psychosis. And these are some of the, well, again, this is just a quick glance, and these are some of the crop raiders of India. I put that in inverted comma because I don't seek to, kind of pass on that unfair adjective to them as being crop raiders. But again, for the purpose of academic discussion, I think you've got black buck. We don't have that in our state, of course. We've got elephants, which sometimes, stray into Goa, but I think this is more of a menace in the north. Rajaji National Park precincts, you do get them in Maharashtra, you get them in Kerala, you get them in Karnataka, central India. They are victims of roadkill. They can paralyze traffic movements. This is what I meant at the beginning, when you have linear infrastructure that transects landscapes, fragments it, disallows corridor connectivity. Elephants are unable, and see, please understand, these Elephants are, the Indian elephant is a matriarchal herd. I mean, they follow the leader, and the leader is an elephant cow. So if she crosses, unhesitatingly, everybody will cross, no matter what is approaching. So they get knocked off. If they cross a rail track, if the matriarch has crossed, everybody shall follow. So they are creatures of habit. They are species of habit. They follow the leader. Probably we do as well. So and therefore, it's important to have right leaders, both in our populations as also animal populations. Unfortunately, that is not so. Then you have the wild boar, which is again something which invites a lot of hostility from the farming community of Goa. It does a lot of damage to sugarcane plantations, tubers, and many other crops. This I told you does not. I mean, I'm talking about Nilgai, which fortunately does not adapt to coastal climates. We find a lot of them. I think this is exploding. The numbers are exploding, and these are major menace not only to the farming communities, but they are a major compromise on safety on national highways. Because many a times you find a galloping herd of nilgai just crossing from nowhere, and they hit the car, and probably a lot of fatalities. And of course, in the north you have rhesus macaque. We also have the bonnet monkeys in the Ghat section. We have the langurs. All of these are known to be raiding horticultural crops and agricultural crops. Well, I'll spend a few minutes on understanding the dynamics. So I think this is one of the most iconic species of India, and rightly under Schedule 1 has the highest protection in our country as being the national animal of India. The confusion is about what do you call it? I mean, that's the irony, wherein on one hand you put in a lot of effort to conserve, a lot of grants flowing, and you still have a lot of conflict issues. Sometimes it strays in, starts lifting cattle, attacking people, and sometimes they turn into man-eaters. So how do you differentiate between an apex predator or straight carnivore? Likewise, you also have this. I mean, this is an image I've taken from Sanctuary Asia, where you find a leopard just walking on the compound wall of a colony in the proximity of Sanjay Gandhi National Park. I mean, look at that. This is one of the finest images that symbolizes urban wildlife. I think gone are the days when we were told and we believed happily that to see wildlife you need to go to some kind of wilderness, a completely inviolate patch where you meet with silence and maybe growls, and you just waiting, your ears are just waiting to hear a growl. Today you can hear a growl in your backyard, despite the most fractured and fragmented concrete landscape. The animal is at ease, and that's exactly what I told at the beginning, that the leopard is extremely adaptable, resilient, and a generalist. And that's what works in favor of this leopard population. There are instances, there is a great deal of data by Dr. Ravi Challam, Vidyatri, and many other workers who have now been convinced that in particular women and children are more vulnerable to being attacked by this apex predator or carnivore, because they often get mistaken for prey when they're caught. So again, this is a conflict species. And here on your screen, you see the most unfortunate scene where one of India's most publicized tigress, Avni, she was coded T1, had to be laid to rest because she was declared as a man-eater, and there was a lot of controversy surrounding that. So I just seek to, I think bringing down an animal should be the last resort. I think it's only to be, it's a provision in law, and there are standard operating procedures for dealing with this kind of emergencies which arise out of animals or carnivores straying into human settlements or maybe crop fields or any kind of human-dominated landscapes, and you just want, you are in a great hurry to label those species as man-eaters and get them shot dead. That's not done. You always have the option of tranquilizing the species or relocating it or translocating it. Probably worst case scenario, shift it to a zoo or an enclosure for the purpose of display. And therefore, I think the law has been very clear. There are two sections that I seek to draw your attention to. Both are part of the Indian Wildlife Protection Act 1972. There is section 9, which talks about tigers and leopards as being categorized in Schedule 1 of the Act, which grants to these two carnivores. But of course, you also have the lion. The highest statutory protection against hunting under Section 9(1) of the Act. So only if they are dangerous and proven to be dangerous, and that needs to be certified only after being convinced by the chief wildlife warden of the state. It can't be a knee-jerk reaction to label something as man-eater and just get shot dead. That's not done. So I think the law is very clear. There are lots of safeguards in law to dissuade people from taking impulsive decisions and getting animals shot dead. That's not done. So on the right of your screen, you do see the recommended drugs and dosage for immobilizing adult tigers. That's something technical, and we may not want to look at that. But remember, under Section 11(1)(a) of Indian Wildlife Protection Act 1972, and I want to say this loud and clear, underpin the fact that it's only at the instance of the chief wildlife warden of the state, he's the only authority and nobody else who can permit the hunting of such animals after being convinced, irrefutable evidence in support of the claim that this animal is now dangerous to human life, or probably it's got disabled or diseased to an extent that it will not be able to recover. These are the only two grounds under which this animal can be laid to rest. Otherwise, there is no permission for eliminating this. And there are standard operating procedures prescribed by the National Tiger Conservation Authority, which is again the highest body that looks into. And a quick look at the Asiatic lion, which is now, I think I've already made a reference to this. Images on my screen here, which I'm sharing with you, suggest a lovely, it's a heartwarming image where you get to see a lioness with her pride of cubs. There are two of them. I think probably the two adults are siblings, and they have their own cubs that they've recruited population. I mean, these are amazing sights. And I need to tell you, you no longer need to go to Gir to see a lion pride. And again, in India, the Asiatic lion, you normally don't get to see like the African counterpart lion. The lion is in the cubs. These are matriarchal prides. So a lion would be tolerated by a lioness only during the mating season. The rest of the time, the lions are forced bachelors, so to say, or they lead a solitary life. And these are instances of depredation on cattle. But have a look at this. What does the graph suggest? That the population is rising, and the data for 2020 is something which is really good. 674 of them, but the point is, quite a number of them. There's almost a 36% increase, but quite a lot of them are not within the confines of the protected area. They have spilled over, and I think that's again what probably may give rise to a corresponding increase in incidents of human-wildlife conflict. I will not take more time here. Move on to the next one. These are some sorry images I would like to show you. And especially for those who believe that we are always, the martyr syndrome, that it's always poor me and poor us and poor human beings that face losses of property and life. Look at this pachyderm, a magnificent creature that has been elevated to the rank of India's heritage animal. Look at this. People are throwing tar balls, which they have lit, to dissuade these animals from, raiding crops. That's not done. This is simply not done. And look at this animal, the one on the right side of your screen, badly bruised because it's hit by a railway engine somewhere in probably West Bengal. And look at this. That's the epitome of tragedy with elephant conservation issues. It's the dead elephant which I just spoke to you some time back being retrieved, the body, the cadaver. And I think I've already narrated this. So, we have extremes of situations in our country where we probably toss ourselves between worshipping the elephant as Lord Ganesh, at the same time being merciless. I mean, that's the irony of a conflict between culture and the conflict between conservation practice. I think when you face a conflict situation, you tend to sweep all your cultural inhibitions and, how would I say, the ethical considerations, you sweep them under the carpet and say, no, I'm not going to take this any longer. You do something about it. So this is again something that we need to give a thought to. Wildlife is also at the receiving end, and my purpose will be served today if I am able to impress upon you that we need not and we should not assume that it is always we who are at the receiving end of the conflict. The animals, of course, are very much at the receiving end. You have a look at this tiger that's got trapped in a snare. The paw is almost subpurate, it's rotting, there are maggots. Look at look at the pain, the excruciating situation in which the animal must be. It's a majestic carnivore, it's an apex predator. See how helpless. Look at this lioness. This photograph I had taken in Gujarat. Very close to a railway station. You could see it on her tracks, just knocked out, and she was pregnant again. Look at this leopard. It's a roadkill, knocked out. You'll find, I still have some of the photographs documented by one of our finest foresters, Mr. Prakash Salekar, as a man who was in service. I still remember so many times that he had taken me to have a look at roadkills of leopards in the Malay Highway, when the mining traffic was very intense. The situation today is a little different. Look at the tiger here. They have to cross. And why do they feel the need to cross a rail track? Simply because once upon a time it was a continuous. There was an ecological continuum. There was a habitat continuity. Today that has been fragmented because of the infrastructure. And this is what I mean by linear infrastructure that fragments our spaces. Look at this spotted deer. Look at this look at this lion-tailed macaque. Look at this jackal. And look at the frogs. I think people here in this state will immediately relate to this situation. Well, the season has begun. After the first rains, I am somewhere for those of you familiar with Goa, I am somewhere in Salsette, a land which is dotted with the croplands, the farming landscape. You see practically every evening plenty of torches lit in our paddy fields. People are actively scouting for frogs. This, despite the fact that the forest brigade is very active, they keep on issuing advisories. There are a lot of volunteers. Nothing seems to dissuade your taste buds for exotic jumping chicken. If jumping chicken is what you seek, you are definitely promoting human-wildlife conflict. Mind you, human-wildlife conflict is not only about those iconic species. Something which is as common as the frog in our paddy fields also qualifies to be wild. And then these are victims of engineering, technology, and culture. Please have a look here quickly. The one on the left is a photograph I had taken in Rajasthan, where this monkey has got electrocuted. This is a common sight all across the country, even in Goa. You have a lot of these fruit bats, Pteropus giganteus, that get electrocuted. And this is an image I had taken again in Rajasthan. This is an interesting species called Egyptian vulture, which has been listed by IUCN. You'll find it roosting for a variety of reasons. Probably this is an artificial roosting support, or probably it's got a better field of vision to locate its prey because it's a carrion feeder. But chances with this kind of proximity of wildlife to electric appliances will increase the chances of fatality. You may wonder what is the dimension of culture. This is an image I had taken on Ganga Ghat, somewhere in Uttar Pradesh, very close to a cremation ground. And this is a river lapping, and what you see here are all the cloth which is used to wrap dead bodies. Once the bodies are either cremated or disposed in the water, the shore is all smothered with this kind of kafan, as we call it in Hindi. The white cloth is used to wrap. Definitely, this tantamount to degrading the abdomen. The lapwing will not be able to probably find what it seeks to recover from the soil. So sometimes cultural conduct, cultural behavior can also interfere with prospects of wildlife behavior. And this again, a few Egyptian vultures. This image I had taken at a place called Jodhpur in Rajasthan, a little close to Bikaner. It's one of Asia's largest dumping ground for dead cattle, which also attracts as many as some 6 species of vultures. I spent a few days looking at this place, and it's amazing. But look at the plastic strewn all over. The good chances that these majestic vultures may ingest a lot of plastic, and it's a different discussion altogether on what is the harm that will follow if the plastic is ingested. And look at this beautiful barn owl which got electrocuted in some part of the world. This is not, of course, an image from India. So all in all, animals are also victims of our technology, engineering, and culture. And if you thought that it's only the vertebrates and the large species which can be conflict species, that is not true. That's a fallacy. These are some of the species which can also trigger conflict situations. I mean, these days I see a lot of homes closed because people who are trapped in other states have not been able to reach home. That's a perfect situation for the bee to expand its beehive. And if it's indoors, the likely consequence of disturbing a beehive, then this is a lesser Goa mustard, terraphosid spider. I'm sorry to say the ongoing proposals of road expansion is taking a toll on this. The distribution is very patchy. It is probably an IUCN conservation concern species. I am not too sure about how safe it is within the precincts of the political jurisdiction of our state. But yes, it can bite, and that could also invite a lot of hostility. This is the most common Indian red scorpion, Mesobutus species, which can deliver a terrible sting that can again cause a lot of discomfort. This is paperwalk. This is giant centipede. Of course, this is a simple, ordinary, what do you call it, the leaf edge, which can, or weaver end. I mean, these are also some species. I'll quickly, in a minute or two, finish with wildlife traders. It will not be fair on my part if I do not talk about the context of the whole webinar. Look, I think the image is all that you need to look at it. Again, there is a little bit of argument on whether pets are really to be blamed. The greens and especially the Arabs are up in arms. When I wrote my first article on the likely source of the SARS-CoV-2 in one of my regular columns, I had a lot of people writing to me that I was being unfair and I was victimizing the bed. And then I chose to correct my position after doing a lot of reading. That that's the prime impression. And I think we still have to go a long way before we attribute the present pathogen, which is a novel coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2, to the bat. There, of course, it's irrefutable that bats probably have hundreds of coronaviruses and novel coronaviruses. But whether the present pandemic and the virus that has caused it has originated from the bats, we know that there's an ongoing study by the Chinese Academy of Sciences and Institute of Zoology in Beijing, which I am also a member of. But I need to tell you that there are still no, definite evidences that the present pandemic is to be blamed on the bat. And that's, of course, I have to say, there is a lot of responsibility of our valuable services in keeping the insect pests at a certain, numbers. They are very effective biological control. They are very good pollinators, and so on and so forth. That's again the pangolin, I need not say more. And I want to tell you that these are images from the Southeast Asian markets where you have an open sale of rodents and water monitors, and of course, the bat soup is quite famous there. This is the point. I've already said this. When you choose to be dangerously close to the habitat of a wild species, which you know is likely to be a carrier of a pathogen, and that pathogen can spill over into human population with an immunity like pangolin, and that is possible only when you get dangerously close, as I said, to wilderness. So I think the urban planners need to have planning done taking this into consideration, that human settlement should ideally be away from wildlife, that you keep a barrier. So I think that's something very, very important. And that's, I think we have also had in Kerala, and this is an old figure of 10, I think we have had something like 17 to 18 fatalities arising out of Nipah. It occurred in 2 phases. So Nipah virus is also known to be an emerging zoonotic disease, which people then believed, was because of the fruit bats. In this case, of course, the horseshoe bats, in that case, it was the fruit bats. And again, I'm not going to read all this, but there are some specific reports that have been put up by traffic with respect to what is this present state of the wildlife, whether the wildlife conflicts have increased in the, I would not like to call the post-COVID scenario. It is actually the ongoing crisis. So, by virtue of the fact that we've kept ourselves confined to our spaces, the cyberspace, lots of WhatsApp university, as I call it, is filled with a number of videos. And yesterday, some speakers also did make a mention of how the civet kids started walking very unhesitatingly and freely, and fearlessly on our roads. And you got herds of deer and so many animals that seem to have been making a resurgence. Well, we need to take that with a pinch of salt. These animals have always been there. It's not, you don't, there's no straight cause and effect relationship between the resurgence, as it's called, of these animal species which are wild in our urban spaces. All that has happened probably the sightings have increased because of a calm that is prevailing. That's because you are scared moving out of your homes, and the animal is seeking to be an opportunist. That in your absence, it does not perceive any threat, it does not perceive any competition, and therefore many of them feel very comfortable to come out, move out of it. But there is no doubt that in this kind of a situation, a lot of law enforcement agencies has been also confined. There is no active surveillance of the field. What you see on your screen right are all these species which have either been trapped. I think the most impressive image of the man who's holding this black napped hair on his shoulder. This is somewhere probably in the north. So which means there has been some laxity on the part of the law enforcement agencies who either could not access these areas which were very vulnerable to poaching and this kind of hunting. And you can have a look, there is a small graph here of pre-lockdown and lockdown period, and the number of reported cases, and these are only the wildlife protected at scheduled species. And the 4 schedules here, Schedule 1, Schedule 2, 3 and 4. 5 and 6 are not so, I mean, many of these are virgin, so you don't really need to worry much about them. But something as beautiful as the Himalayan monal, something as beautiful as maybe the leopards and the pangolins and many of these Indian gazelles have either been shot or captured. Wildlife trade is a dimension of human wildlife conflict. And in the lockdown period, there has been a definite increase. Not only in the sighting and emergence, I don't like to call it resurgence because they've always been there. It's probably an emergence from the hideouts or from the specific microhabitats they choose to come out and travel through space that we share with them. The fact is, they are now rendered more vulnerable to being shot or to being trapped. That is an undeniable fact. I just want to quickly show you, these are some of the crop breeding fences in use in different parts. But this is very interesting, that you can always choose not to install the metal fencing, rather put in place something called live fencing or biofencing, which is again locale specific or species specific. We have seen a lot of this happening in the northern parts, and this is a very interesting image. To look at it, you'll find this very crazy. You say, what exactly is the dog doing there? And the dog is neither a wildlife nor has it got anything to do with human wildlife conflict, barring the fact that it could be a prey for a leopard. But please look at what is around the neck of this dog who somebody spread. It's a very interesting, ingenious dog collar with nails projecting out. I saw this in the Ahir community settlements in Gujarat and Saurashtra. That practically every dog they fit with this sort of a collar with nails projecting out. And I sought to know from them what exactly does this do. And they told me this is one of the finest aversive stimulus or a simple gadget out of rural technology per se, which will dissuade the leopard from taking the dog, because most of the carnivores normally will grab the these dogs and the prey by the neck or the leg. So that's what I write. That and on the left there is something extremely complex that we have designed. Me and some of my colleagues, I've had a student who's done a master's in sustainable development. She's an architect Padma Kamath. We worked on something called non-lethal carnivore exclusion barricade, keeping in mind how we could use fencing and biofencing to dissuade crop raiding by the nilgai. You can clearly see two silhouettes of nilgai here, and then of course the predator will definitely follow where there is a prey. So there is a certain landscape engineering element involved in this. So I don't want to get into the details because this is very technical, but I just want to tell you that mitigation or human wildlife conflict can be as complex as what you see on the left hand of your screen. And I also know a lot of wildlife enthusiasts speak about posting photographs and stuff. But what is the most interesting thing that impresses me then and continues to sort of impress me even today is this very curious, seemingly primitive response of the local community in the Gaudas, where they make a crocodile dummy out of the silt that they scoop from an inundated paddy field, which you can see in the background. This is the village headman give it a shape of a crocodile and worship it. Now, you may find this very strange. You will say that in 2020, when we talk about conflict resolution, what nonsense is this? And I faced this enormity of being ridiculed even in interview panels and by the most erudite academicians and fraternity colleagues, that you are a zoologist and you talk about pujas. I want to use this occasion to say that very unfortunately for those who are swept by the white coat biology and laboratory sciences will certainly fail to understand the dimension of culture and how it operates in resolving conflicts. I need to say this loud and clear that today we have to accept that human beings are an integral part of wildlife habitats. So the way they operate in their society, their cultural ethos, probably could give us some tips and clues into resolving conflict situations. For instance, in all around the Kumbarzor Canal, there are these hamlets which are predominantly, resided. I mean, you have residents of the Hindu Gaudas, and they worship the crocodile. They sanctify this crocodile, and very obviously, anything that you sanctify is a totemic species, and anything that is a totem or a religious symbol, you would generally not want to interfere with or have a conflict with. So it works in a very interesting way. This is just one small examples. There are umpteen examples across the country. India is a country, the bedrock of whose culture rests on a foundation of respect to all forms of life. I think much before Franciscan philosophy and theology or equity and respect to all forms of life, in Indian culture, it is ingrained. I think we have the Panchatantra, we have Visapniti, and we have our myths, and we have our fables and our scriptures, and the way we look at nature, every element of nature is worthy of being respected, is worthy of being sanctified, and there's something to learn. If that spirit of subservience to nature translates in our daily lives, I think that could be the biggest way to address this human-wildlife conflict challenge, because you and I will accept that the soul is immortal and it transmigrates through different body forms, and each of the species that prevails on the planet is as there's nothing holier than thou kind of a situation. Everything is important, everything is worthy, everything has its live and let live. Everything is ethically entitled to living and using resources of this planet. So, but I have to say, unfortunately, this human-wildlife conflict is also a political issue. It's highly politicized. It evokes a lot of heated opinions. There's lots of money in that. Obviously, where there's money, there's politics. And where there are politicians, there are a lot of knee-jerk reactions and impulsive decisions. And therefore, I sometimes also choose to be a little critical on technocracy and bureaucracy, that, well, we can tolerate the dearth of ecological prudence in people's representatives. They have not had classes in ecology. But the technocrats and the bureaucrats who are trained, who are people of knowledge and wisdom, should choose to guide the political masters correctly. And I think that's not what is happening in a country like ours, which is, of course, a treasure trove of great biodiversity and great wildlife. The scale and scope of this conflict has increased exponentially. It will go on for a long time to come. And the mitigation measures are all that I have put down in the list. You have physical barriers. I think most of these I've already explained. You've got live fencing, then predator-proof corrals. You've got non-lethal carnivore exclusion barricades, better herding techniques, aversive stimuli. I mean, I've seen a lot of people putting scarecrows and wrapping the freshly sewn pediphiles with glitter or some sort of colored cloths. Then you can have buffer unpalatable crops, not allowing this species to cropulate. Then you, of course, whenever people and communities feel that their livelihoods are threatened, you don't expect them to partake and participate in your conflict mitigation and conservation program. Then it becomes very superfluous and it becomes very shallow. It's not going to work with you. You have to take communities on board. The British did not believe in participatory management. They believed in exclusionary management. They thought people are fools. That all the knowledge and wisdom and the know-how of wildlife management is vested only in the forest department. Well, this kind of mindset may continue today as well. But I think the fact is, if you refuse to recognize the community wisdom, the so-called traditional ecological knowledge systems of Indian communities are amazing. Believe me, they're amazing. I've stayed with the Gonds, I've stayed with the Gaudas, I've traveled to the extreme north, I've stayed with the people in the northeastern range. Believe me, You spend 2 days and you are enriched with practical solutions. I mean, they may not have PhDs and fellowships, but they have a huge field experience. And I think the challenge, therefore, is to be able to tap and document that traditional ecological knowledge systems, and that's what is being done, of course, in terms of people's biodiversity registers and community biodiversity register. That's a very important exercise. And therefore, what I meant to say was, a community should be guaranteed their livelihood, and their livelihood should also be integrated in the conservation and conflict resolution plan. That's something extremely important. The enforcement system has to be not only sensible but also sensitive and more responsive. We need to strengthen the cultural context of human-wildlife interrelationships. I've just given you one example of a crocodile worship ritual of Goa, which probably is what dissuades people in the immediate proximity of the crocodile habitat in the Kumbarzok Canal are not known to indulge in any kind of trapping or shooting. I mean, because they believe crocodile is God. They have this thing called Mange Tapni. And last but not the least, in 2012, I spent about a couple of months in Japan at Nagoya, getting trained in integrating ecosystem concerns in developmental blueprint. In fact, I've been accredited by Federal Ministry of Environment in Germany for this. And by this, it's very simple. When you come up with an infrastructure, any kind of developmental plan, there is a lot that you stand to lose in terms of the earth capital. And I love these words. Manufactured capital should not prevail upon the earth capital. Manufactured capital should not displace the earth capital, because the earth capital is what there has been from day one. Even in the hierarchy of evolution, human beings have come later. Even if somebody is extremely God-fearing and would like to turn to scriptures, I believe God created. I mean, I personally don't believe in God, and I don't believe in the theory of creation. But the fact is, for believers, let me say, I think we were not created by Lord the Almighty in His own image on day one. It took some time before. Probably He also must have been in a dilemma. I'm not too sure of what is the gender of God, whether it's a he or a she. But the fact is, even if you are a believer, then remember, the diktat of your faith is to share the plan. Thou shalt be the master of all that I have created is not to be taken literally as I give you unrestricted authority over all that I have created. You are only to be a custodian. You are only to be a caretaker, because you have been created by the Lord, and that's for believers. I am not one. You have been created in the image of the most benevolent Lord. Therefore, you are expected to extend that benevolence to all that there is on the planet. I think if we abide by this simple ethical consideration that this planet is for all of us to share with one another without treading upon each other's feet, I think this will be a much more peaceful place to live upon. I think that is my last slide, and thank you so much for your interest and patience. Dr. Evelina, I'm done with my presentation, and I don't think I have any time to, my profuse apologies to the next speaker. I think I have exceeded my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, because due to lack of time, sir, we would just like to address just one question. I apologize to the other participants. You cannot address all the questions. One question which is posed by Mr. Stephen Fernandez. He was asking, there are 3 developmental projects which are coming in Molle Wildlife Sanctuary and National Park. What kind of human-wildlife conflicts might arise in this place in the future?
Well, I think I have addressed this in course of my presentation, that these 3 projects are nothing but linear fragmentation projects. And I think there has been a group which is actively voicing opposition to this, creating awareness. Just to share with you, when I was a member of Wildlife Advisory Board, I had put my, I would not call it opposition, but my opinion as a member of the Wildlife Advisory Board then. But sometimes in our democracy, economy prevails over ecological concerns, and that is the tragedy. To be very specific, I'll just give you one case in point. It's going to further interfere with movement of wildlife, with the road widening. It's going to possibly cause a lot of electrocution of aerial fauna. It's also going to destroy a lot of microhabitat of the lesser fauna, for instance, the pterophosid spiders, which I know of at least 2 species which are prevalent in that place. One is called Chilobrachys fimbriatus, and the other is, of course, Thrigmopoeus truculentus. These are two mygalomorph spiders. Currently, I have an ongoing program with IIT Hyderabad, wherein I am using these spiders as a model to understand heavy metal transfer in terrestrial food chains. But I am afraid maybe in days to come, we may not. As such, the distribution of these spiders is very patchy. And looking at the scale of the proposed development, I'm afraid the microhabitat will simply disappear. I hope that answers Stephen's. Stephen himself is a trained wildlife biologist in Scotland. Probably he could, explain a lot of things, understand, of course, but also explain things to me when we meet in person. I hope I've answered this question.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I would just like to. Principal ma'am has a message for you.
Please.
Good afternoon, and I really appreciate Dr. Borkar of Head and Department of Zoology of Carmel College for being part of our endeavor of this webinar. I know your lecture was really informative and giving us small insights in the topic which you had taken, human-wildlife conflict and Indian perspective. And I think all participants will definitely agree with me that you have taken certain examples which were relevant even to Goa, the borders of Goa, as well as the rest of India. So I really thank you for being with us and enlightening all the participants today, and also giving a glimpse of how much depth of knowledge is required even in understanding the human and wildlife conflict. So I really thank you for joining us, and I thank Dr. Meenal as well as Sujana for inviting you for this webinar. Thank you very much.
My gratitude for finding me worthy of being your panelist. Very grateful to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. For this session, we have with us next Professor Dr. Ganapati Venkata Subramaniam. Dr. Venkata Subramaniam is currently a professor at Anna University, Chennai. He has acquired numerous degrees during his epoch. He has completed his MSc MPhil in Environmental Sciences, MBA MPhil in Management, MA in Public Administration, MLS, MEd, MA in Personal Management and Industrial Relations, Postgraduation Diploma in Public Relations, Postgraduate Diploma in Higher Education, Degree in Law, Postgraduation Diploma in Environmental Law, Postgraduation Diploma in Criminology and Forensic Science, and Diploma in Labor Law with Administrative Law. Dr. Venkata Subramaniam has 30 years of teaching experience in various programs. He has guided 35 students for MSc ME project work, 20 students for MSc project work, and 35 students for MBA project work. He has also been involved in several environmental impact assessment related consultancies. Dr. Venkata Subramaniam has vast administrative experience in various positions. His outstanding contributions in the field of environmental science has been recognized nationally as well as internationally. A few accolades to mention: the UGIT's Excellence Award 2019 by Union of Geographic Information Technologies, awarded by the International Academic Union; the Best Environmental Assistance Award 2019 by South Asia Institute for Advanced Research and Development, and the Excellence in Teaching and Research Award 2018 by Asian Management Economics Commerce Association, affiliated to International Economic Association in Spain. He has to his credit 50 international and 50 national papers published in reputed journals, and he is also the author of 6 chapters in 6 books. He is a member of various professional bodies. He is a life member of Union of Geographic Information Technologists, Department of Geography and Geoinformatics, Bangalore University, Bangalore. He is a life member of Vinyan Bharati, a science movement with Swadeshi spirit, New Delhi, Indian Institute of Public Administration, New Delhi, India, Indian Association for Environmental Management, New Delhi, India, Indian Society for Technical Education, New Delhi, India, and Management Teachers Consortium, Global, Bangalore, India. Over to you, sir. Sir?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yeah. Are you able to see me also?
Yes, I'm able to see you, sir.
Okay. So very good afternoon to everyone. And prior to that, I just wanted to know that how much time I can talk it, because now the time is around 12:45. So originally I was supposed to start by 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, my scheduled time. If you could tell me that what time I am supposed to finish it off, accordingly I will tailor made my agenda. Now
Sir, if you can adjust it 40 to 45 minutes, and we can take questions at the end and move on to the last session, sir.
by 1:30, I will just try to finish it off by 1:30, because
Okay,
this is
sir.
webinar and moreover in the lunch time. So
Yes, sir.
45 minutes. Okay. At the outset, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of this webinar, Dhempe College of Goa, for having extended this invitation. And secondly, I would like to record my sincere thanks to the organizing secretary, Professor Dr. Minal Desai, and his colleagues for extending this invitation to me. And secondly, I have been hearing this lecture for the last 1 hour. Professor Dr. Borkar, very interesting, very informative, and very illuminative, and he has given an excellent information. And which was, and I too also here for the last 1.5 hours. Okay. Now, and in the course of his talk, he was very much mentioning there is a cultural and what is it, a conservational, what I can say, there is a conflict in interest between the conservation and the cultural one. With reference to the elephant, he was showing that. This is what even I can say for my name and the topic also. My name is happen to be the Ganapati, but I am coming only at the end of the 2-day session. And secondly, the topic which is being given to me, that is in reference to the environmental law. That is also supposed to come at the beginning, because when the law comes in the beginning, means several problems can be avoided and several problems can be evaded from that. But unfortunately, in our Indian condition, the law is coming only at the end. Or otherwise, I can say that law is not used as a management tool, but it is being used as a litigation tool for that. This is what that there is a good amount of a difference between the Western and the Indian one. Okay. Now the topic which is being given, that environmental impact assessment. In fact, that last question which was put forth to my previous speaker was also with reference to this. What is the impact which is going to create because of that XYZ project on the wildlife? And then that one, I will try to answer it in the course of my talk, how the EAA is being carried out, what is the importance of that one, and all. I will try to cover that one. And prior to that, I asked the madam, that is, who are all the audience? And the madam was saying it is purely my undergraduate students, postgraduate students, and the faculty members. And it is mainly the zoology graduates, or the attendees were mostly from the zoological background. So to them, and to provoke some sort of an interest with the law, I would like to give another 5 minutes how far this law is very, very important for that one. The first one, whether knowingly or unknowingly in our life, from even prior to our birth and even after the death, we are governed by the law of that nature. Secondly, and to quote that one, before birth, that is, the child has got the right not to find out what sex it is. Even after the death, if anyone is talking in an abusing language or writing anything abusing anyone who is got interest on you, can go to the court of law and get the punishment on behalf of the person who is no more or who has died. So again, the person who is no more has also got the right, and the person who is yet to born has also right, and this very clearly shows that law plays an important role. Secondly, in our daily life, in 24 hours, we are governed by the law one way or rather on that one. How it is means the moment when you are getting inside the bus or inside the auto, you are entering in some sort of a contract with them. You have got certain duties and responsibilities. Similarly, the other person has also got some duties and responsibilities, whether in the college or in a society or anything and everything, we are anywhere, we are governed one way or other by the various laws for that matter. And what is the purpose of that law? Again, when we wanted to have an orderly life, that law is very, very essential. For that reason, only we have put law and order. Right. The second one, suppose now that you are all the students of the zoology or the zoology background, now when you are going for an interview, you are asked some question about the zoology. When you are unable to answer the question at the time, you can get yourself excused by giving several reasons that this subject has not been taught, or when it was being taught, I was inattentive, or I have left the question in choice. Like that, you can give innumerable number of excuses for not able to answer the question. But on the other hand, if you have done any activity that is construed to be an offense in the eyes of the law, and can you plead before the court of law that this particular act is construed to be an unlawful or illegal, with not being taught either in the formal way or an informal way? Like that, you cannot plead before the court of law and escape from the clutches of law. Or in other words, if I can able to say that ignorance of law is no excuse, or the law presumes that you know the law, so it is your duty to know the law for the matter. Okay. Now coming to this is just to show that what is the power of the law is important in our life. Right. Coming back to this environmental thing, for the purpose of good environmental management, and this is my second road in the roadmap of my lecture. This is the second one. For the purpose of an effective environmental management, I can say that PEs are very, very important. Now the fourth PE is also very much emerging in the last 5 to 10 years, and this will play an enormous role in the coming days for that matter. Okay. What are those 3 E's for the purpose of good, effective environmental management? The first one, I can say that the first E is that education one. Then education, how it is playing that role. Now that education, unless otherwise the people are having that a good amount of knowledge, what is environmentally sustainable and what is not environmentally sustainable, then only they can be able to conserve, protect, preserve our environment. And now realizing this importance only, even in the Supreme Court in one of the judgment has made it mandatory to study or has introduced one subject, namely the environmental science and engineering, compulsorily, irrespective of what branch a student is studying it, whether it is the civil, mechanical, electrical or anything, and the student has to study this subject, and the syllabus is common throughout the length and breadth of the country. Apart from that, even there are several educational institutions as well as the statutory bodies and government has been given then and there the directions to hold, that is a formal and informal programs, whether for the purpose of creating an awareness with the general public or with the specific category of the people like academicians, administrators, adjudicators, advocates, like that. And the pollution control board for that matter conducting several types of the programs for these type of the people, and these programs which are general in nature as well as specific in nature. For example, solid waste management or the biomedical waste management, or what is this one, coastal regulation zone management, like that. That type of specific programs are also being organized. Okay. Now the second E is, I can say, that is the engineering one. Engineering one, there is no second opinion at all, because unless we are having that science integrated with the engineering and developing the technology, then only we can be able to have a good environmental management, whether it is the water treatment or the wastewater treatment or it's a solid waste management. For that, for anything and everything, we need the good technology for that. Now can we able to say with the awareness of the people and with the technology can we be able to solve the problem of environmental protection means that it is not possible at all. The third E which is very much essential is supposed to be the enforcement one. And in this, for the purpose of this enforcement, I can say that we need for the purpose of enforcement, we need the good legislations. Again, for that, enacting these legislations, we need the constitution. And again, for the purpose of enforcing these legislations, we need the good organizational setup, or the statutory bodies, or the governmental setup also essential. Now, I am just pausing the third E. I am just giving you 1 minute. The fourth E, which is very much emerging in the present day scenario, is that namely the economic aspect, economics. Of course, if anyone could be able to read our environmental legislations, there the scope for the economy is very less for that one. And why it was not given the due importance for that matter means because our country is a developing one, and if anyone could be able to read our constitution, the justice, namely that if the first one is the social justice, after that the economic justice, after that the political justice. So, if after attaining the social justice, then only we can think about the economic justice. And that is for that reason only, for the time being, we have kept the economic thing as a little bit away, and these three are given the more importance. But the day is not far, because we are also slowly moving towards the capitalistic form of this one. So we have to integrate this economic regime also into our enforcement regime, or for the purpose of protecting our environment. This economic cost also have to be included for that. Okay. Now coming back to the third E, which I was just telling a minute back, enforcement. Whether we are having that good amount of legislations in our country for the purpose of environmental protection means, yes, we are having two types of legislations, I can say. My previous speaker was very much enlightening about the Wildlife Protection Act. That like that. For the purpose of these laws can be classified as the green laws and the brown laws. The green laws are supposed to be the Forest Act and all, whereas the brown laws are with reference to that environmental protection. Even with reference to that environmental protection, we have got two types of the thing. One is the environmental laws, and another one is the environmental laws. What are those? What is the difference between the two? The difference between the two, the environmental laws are, that is, the laws which were indirectly advocating without mentioning the word environment, but they were more for the environmental protection, or it is more in the form of a public health and hygiene for that. Whereas the environmental laws are specifically enacted for the purpose of environmental protection, to quote a few, namely that Water Prevention and Control Act, or the Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act, then Environmental Protection Act, like that. These acts are specifically enacted directly for the purpose of protecting our environment. That's why I am using the word, namely the definite article. But on the other hand, the other laws, where there are innumerable number of articles, or innumerable of sections are available, which were indirectly speaking protecting our environment, but without mentioning the word environment, but more advocating, namely the public health and hygiene for that. To quote the few of them, I can say that, take for example, the Service Act, or the Factories Act, or the Police Act, and the Bombay Colaba Bombay Colaba Nuisance Act. Like that, you are having the different acts. Those were indirectly advocating the environmental, public health and hygiene. Take for example, the Fisheries Act. You are strictly prohibited in fishing by not using any explosive materials. Similarly, you should not catch the juvenile fishes. So it is only in the interest of environment only these sections have been introduced in the Fisheries Act for that one. Okay. Now we are having the for now I told you the environmental acts and the environmental legislations. Apart from that, one second. Hello. Yeah. சொல்லுங்க. Madam, for meeting letter, I am in a meeting. I am in a meeting. I will call you later. Okay, sorry for that break. I can say that. Madam, are you able to hear me properly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I don't say this is an interruption. Please consider it as a commercial break. Now, after the commercial break, the film will be continuing. Okay, this is an unexpected call. Sorry for the disturbance. Right. Now, coming back to that, what is this? Apart from that, we are having a most important one, namely the Indian Penal Code. Under the Indian Penal Code, you can say that anything and everything that any sort of crimes can be brought under the Indian Penal Code for the purpose of punishment. And in that one, so the sufficient sections are available in order to protect our environment, public nuisance, negligence, and spoiling the common property resources, or spoiling the lakes, reservoirs, or the ponds, and all these places. If you are indulging in any activity that is going to affect the quality of the water or the quantity of the water, again you can be booked under the sections and you can be under the IPC Indian Penal Code and you can be punished for that. Apart from that, there is a section 91 is available under the Civil Procedure Code, 133 is available under the Criminal Procedure Code also. Okay. Now, for the purpose of enacting whether we are having a good constitution, yes, if anyone could be able to read our constitution itself is a green one for that one. It is very much, that is what is that principle of equality, or the justice, social, economic, political, all these things, if we could extrapolate the thing to our environment means it is indirectly protecting or advocating the protection of environment for that one. Apart from that, in the constitutional 42nd constitutional amendment, two articles be inserted in our constitution, namely the 48A and 51AG. 48A for is imposing the duty on the part of the citizens to protect the environment. Then 51A, sorry, it is the duty on the part of the state to protect the environment. Then 51AG is imposing the duty to the citizens of our country to protect our environment. Environment includes everything for that one, whether it is the lake, pond, reservoir, desert, or a forest ecosystem, or anything. Now, a person who studied the law will be saying that this is only under the directive principles of the state policies are. It is not the fundamental duty of the people. But again, this one read along with the Article 21 of the Constitution. Now the Supreme Court has in one of the judgments has clearly pronounced that under the Article 21, right to life includes right to clean and healthy environment, and non-providence of the clean and healthy environment is also violation of the fundamental right under the Article 21 of the Constitution. Whenever the fundamental right is being infringed, you have got another right to go to the highest judiciary and get back your right by way of filing the writ petition. Now you will be understanding that our right to clean and healthy environment is also one of the fundamental rights under the Article 21 of the Constitution. Okay, sir. Now we are having the legislations of Water Act, Air Act, then Environmental Protection Act, then what is this one, Public Liability Insurance Act, then we are having the National Green Tribunal Act, which was enacted in the year 2010 to dispose the cases at a speedy manner, because justice delayed is justice denied. And moreover, the purpose of creating the tribunal is environmental cases are more technical in nature. A judge who is sitting on the high court or in the other court may not have sufficient knowledge because of the technicalities which are involved. And again, it is going on prolonging the case means again the environment will get affected and the delivering of the justice will also get delivered. Realizing this importance only, the government of India under the Tribunal Act created the tribunal or formed the tribunal which is of the national nature, namely the National Green Tribunal, where one retired High Court judge and the Supreme Court judge plus one technical member will be sitting. Technical member will look after all the technicalities of this problem or the technicalities of the issue, and the other one is with reference to the legal aspects, so that the justice will be delivered at the earliest, and the environment also will be protected. Or it will be what is this one I can say? By prolonging the case, some damage is being created. The damage is being caused means sometimes it will not be retrievable for that one. So the National Green Tribunal Act. Okay, now pause it for another 2 to 3 minutes. Let us go on the international level. Now, why I wanted to tell about the international law means international one means now even in the law also we are having that international law and the domestic law. Domestic law can be said that it is the municipal law, or whatever the law which is enacted either inside our parliament or inside the assembly or the executive made law which has got a jurisdiction only with reference to our Indian one, it is called as the municipal law, the domestic law. On the other hand, any law which governs between the nations, I don't say that any law which is governing the whole of the world. So international law, you should not mistake that this law governs the whole world, not like that. This law governs only the partners, the signatory of the countries, and under the umbrella of the United Nations for that, or even without that also. And whomsoever who has signed or the signatory of any part of the agreement, they will be governed by that particular agreement or particular conventions or the particular protocol. Since it is being between the nations, it can be called as international law. Okay, sir. Now, how far there is some peculiarity with reference to the two domains of the law. What are the two domains of the law? Like for example, the criminal law, it is mostly the Indian one. Business law, Indian one. Constitutional law, Indian one. But on the other hand, there are the two domains of the law which are very much emerging in the present day scenario, namely the environmental law and the cyber law. These two laws are slowly losing the sovereignty and it has got international ramifications. What is the international ramification? See, for example, when you are saying this pollution means this is my country, I have got every right, and India is a sovereign country. No country has got the right to poke their nose into our internal affairs. So, taking this sovereignty into consideration, if we indulge in any activity and thereby we are emitting large quantum of the greenhouse gases, or for that matter any pollutant in the river and finally it is reaching the sea, means it is affecting the international community, or the effect is being felt in some other part of the country, or it may be even globally also. To quote that, greenhouse gases are the ozone hole, are the substances which is causing the ozone depleting substances which are which were released. All these things are, you can say, even what that mercury, when you are releasing this mercury and finally when it is going to the sea, means it is taken by the fish, means that fish may become a dish in some other country product. So pollution is no more considered that it is a domestic affair, or it is not restricted only to the that particular country. Yet since the effect is being felt in some other country, it has got a global effect. international effect, international ramifications. Similarly, the cyber law also. Let me not go in detail about the cyber law because cyber law has got the problem of jurisdictional issue. What is the jurisdictional issue? First, investigation, prosecution, then producing before the court of law and getting the punishment. If X is sitting in some other country and jamming the computer of a person in some other country, then under what law? First one investigating the person, then prosecuting the person and producing before the law of the person who has committed that offense under which law, under which before the which country's law. Again, this is a lot of jurisdictional issues are there in the cyber law also. Right, sir. Okay. In the environmental law, what is the thing which is coming across? Now we have got several agreements, bilateral agreements, trilateral agreements, several declarations under the umbrella of the United Nations, several conventions, several protocols, several covenants, like entered between the countries. To quote a few, like for example, in the 1972, under the umbrella of the United Nations, 154 countries signed, namely the Stockholm Declaration, for the first time under the umbrella of the United Nations with reference to the environmental protection. Okay, we all know what is the thing, and our Honorable Prime Minister and the then Honorable Prime Minister was giving the keynote address, Srimati Indira Gandhi. All these things you know, of course. I don't want to go in detail because of the paucity of time. Then in the year 1982, namely the Nairobi Declaration, and again after the 10 years, 1992, which was the most important, namely the Rio Declaration, has taken place. In that Rio Declaration, for the first time, this environment and development, that is environment and development, are contradictory, but for the first time they said it should not be the two sides of the coin, it must go together, and the environment that is for that only we have coined a new term, namely the sustainable development, the development which is taking care of the present generation without spoiling the regenerating capacity, or that the future generations have to be taken into consideration. This is the sustainable development principle came for the first. Apart from that, then the Agenda 21, then the World Charter for the Nature, all these things came after that Rio Declaration. Taking care of the present, taking care of the development of the present generation without compromising in fulfilling the needs of the future generation. This is what the definition for the sustainable development is being given in the 1992 Rio Declaration. Okay, sir. Now, apart from that, we have got the several other conventions that have also taken place. Take, for example, Basel Convention with reference to the hazardous waste management, hazardous waste transport. Then you come across Montreal Protocol with reference to the ozone depleting substances. Then you come across this, what is this one? Climate Change Convention, United Nations Convention on the Climate Change, UN Framework Convention on the Climate Change, UNFCCC. Then you come across the Biodiversity Convention, like that. Then Ramsar Convention with reference to the wetland protection and all. Okay, sir. What is this importance of this one? Now, even in the law also, you have got the hard law and you have got the soft law. What is the hard law? Hard law is something judicially enforceable. What is the soft law? Soft law is something more an advisory and not an obligatory. For example, in the case of the hard law, disobedience or not giving that important, not what you can say, obeying any of the clauses of the law of that particular agreement, it may warrant some sort of sanctions, or may warrant the other country to take the erring country to the appropriate quorum and take action, to initiate legal action against the country. So this is the hard law. Whereas in the soft law, so hard law is an obligatory. It is a mandatory. It must be followed. So there should not be any disobedience over that one. After it is being ratified inside the parliament of the other country, which has signed that hard. Whereas the soft law is more on the advisor. Say, for example, if we are all joined together and say tomorrow onwards we should not tell lie, we must come to the class in time. Like that, we have made an agreement among ourselves. But if we come late, what is the punishment? Or if we are not obeying any of the clauses, whether the other person has got the right to initiate appropriate legal action against me means in the case of the soft law, it is lacking. It is more on the advisory. Okay, sir. What are the things which are classified under the soft law and what are the things which are classified under the hard law with reference to the environment? For this, the declaration is considered as a soft law, whereas the convention or the covenant or the protocols or the agreements, they are considered to be the hard law. Okay, sir. With reference to the environment, what are they? Say, Stockholm Declaration, it's a declaration. Nairobi Declaration, then Rio Declaration. I told you these declarations are part of the soft law. Okay, I told you the convention, protocol, all these things are coming into the hard law. What are the conventions which have taken place for the environment? Climate Change Convention, you've got the Basel Convention, then what are the protocols? You've got the Montreal Protocol, you've got the, what is this one? Montreal Protocol, Kyoto Protocol with reference to the climate change, then again the Biodiversity Convention, all these things are categorized under the hard law. Okay, sir. Again, under the hard law, if any country which is a signatory of the hard law or the convention means after it is being ratified inside the parliament of the respective country, it has to bring a new legislation if there is no legislation in the consonance with the agreement they are signing. If already there is a legislation is there in that particular country, they have to modify the legislation in consonance with the convention or the agreement or the protocol they have signed. Okay, sir. Now what has happened after signing this? After signing this Montreal Protocol with reference to the ozone depleting substances, we have enacted a special law on that one. After signing the Biodiversity Convention, we have enacted a special law, namely the Biodiversity Act. Then after signing this, what is this one? Climate Change Convention, we have brought the climate change policy, and in short, in the due course, we will bring our legislations for that one. Again, if there is no legislation, Basel Convention, after signing that, we have brought a special legislation for the hazardous waste management and rules. Okay, now you understand how far the international legal regime is playing the good amount of role for the purpose of emergence of our domestic legal regime for the environmental protection. Or in other words, this environment is looked at the international level and the global level. Okay, sir. Now, coming back again to our domestic legal regime. In the domestic legal regime, even though we have signed the Stockholm Declaration by in the year 1972, but again in the year 1974, we have brought a special legislation for the purpose of water protection, for water, what is this one? Water pollution control. That is, water bodies in from the pollution. For that, we have enacted the Water Act, hoping that we have signed this Stockholm Declaration. Similarly, for the air also, air was enacted in the year 1981. Till that 1986, we were thinking that the air and water alone is the considered major constituent of the environment, but other things were not given that much due importance for that. In the year 1984, you all know the big catastrophe has happened in India, namely the Bhopal gas tragedy. After that only we have realized that anything and everything can be brought under the umbrella of the environment. So a comprehensive legislation is required a holistic approach is very much required. Realizing this importance only in the year 1986, Environmental Protection Act have been enacted by the Parliament, and it has got a Parliament legislation. It has got the jurisdiction throughout the country for that. Now, the importance of this Environmental Protection Act is Section 3 of the Environmental Protection Act gives some sort of a blank check to the executive to give to enact any rules, regulations, bylaws, and what is this one? Notifications and all. So with this one, the Parliament, through the Act, under the Section 3, gives power to the executive, namely the Minister of Environment and Forest, to bring any rules, regulations, and bylaws for that one. Taking this one only into consideration, that our Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change have brought nearly 100 rules and regulations and bylaws and notifications. Okay? To quote a few of them, for example, with reference to solid waste management handling rules. This was brought only under the EP Act. Act is a Parliament made, whereas the rule is an executive made. And whether this executive made are the subordinate legislation, but this is being authorized under the Parliament enacted legislation under the Section 3 of the EP Act. Okay, then for the purpose of hazardous waste management handling rules. Again, for the purpose of biomedical waste management handling rules. Then the most for the coastal zone protection, CRZ notification, coastal regulation zone notification. Then public hearing, you have got a public hearing notification. Now the most important for our topic, namely this environmental impact assessment notification is also there. Okay, now these are all executive made laws, but of course it has got the same validity as any other act. Now I am pausing this one a little bit and going to the court. Yes, whether these laws have been subjected for the judicial scrutiny and how far these laws are what you can say within the ambit and scope of our constitution, plus how far these laws are efficient and effective in the environmental protection and environmental management. If it is not that much, one means the judiciary has gone one step ahead, or because of the judicial activism, they have also, in the name of interpreting that law, and they have gone to the extent of giving lot of guidelines also. And it is the judicial activism, or I can say the judicial activism in India played an enormous role for the emergence of an environmental jurisprudence. Now, this is for our understanding. Take for example, I told you in the beginning that Rio Declaration is the soft law. In that Rio Declaration only the Sustainable Development Principle came. But in the year 1996, because of the intervention of the Supreme Court, I don't say the intervention of the Supreme Court, what was the soft law of the Sustainable Development has given the hard law status by Justice, Honorable Justice Kuldeep Singh in the case namely the Indian Citizens Welfare Forum versus Union of Authorities, stating that as long as the Sustainable Development Principle is not contrary to the municipal law, it is nothing wrong in infusing this principle into our domestic legal regime for that law. So what was the soft law has become the hard law. You all know whatever the judgment pronounced by the Honorable Supreme Court, it will become the law of the land. Okay, sir. Apart from that, sustainable development is here a very vast term. Now, if you consider it is a tree, means there are several branches are there in the trees. Ah, this tree has to be sustained, means the root, leaf, and everything is essential. And taking this fact into consideration, the Supreme Court has, in the various judgments, has set other principles of the sustainable development also. What are those things? Number one, absolute liability. Number two, precautionary principle. Number three, the polluter pays principle. Number four, intergenerational equity. And number five, the public justice doctrine. And now the time is only another 10 more minutes. And I can give you a complete description how that absolute liability, even in the developed countries, they are following the strict liability. Whereas in India, even for the act of God, even for the act of terrorist, even for the act of enemy countries, and even without the knowledge of the occupier of the country, somebody has meddled, again the company is liable to pay the compensation. We are got the absolute liability. Again, the polluter pays principle. Polluter pays means we have to take all the precautions in spite of that. It is unavoidable, or we have polluted the tree, means we have to pay the compensation in order to restore back to the original condition. And just because you are paying for whatever the pollution which you are committing, you are not given the license to pollute it. Again, the public justice doctrine, government is not the owner of the property, government is only the guardian and custodian of the property, and it is not an inherited one, it has borrowed from the children, and it has to be handed over to the next generation in the same way which we have borrowed it. We cannot claim that the entire title or the original, what is this, rights for that one. So it must be used for the purpose it is meant for. It should not be misused, overused, or abused for that. Then similarly, you come across the precautionary principle. In fact, this particular question which was raised in my previous speaker, now again, some of the things which we cannot, some of that impact may not be knowing it, but again, just because that impact cannot be quantified or qualitatively worked out, we can go ahead with the project like that. We cannot go ahead, we can apply the principle of the precautionary. It may likely to cause damage, or just because you are unable to prove, it cannot be considered that it has been totally disproved. It has to be considered as yet to be proved, taking the fact into consideration that this principle has emerged, namely the precautionary principle, and by using this precautionary principle, we can stop the project on a time. Okay, now coming back to this another 10 minutes, I will go into the detail about the environmental impact assessment. Now, I have made it a very, I have realized, I have given a very comprehensive and holistic picture about the environment, legal aspects. Now, with reference to the environmental impact assessment, any big projects or any industry is coming, now it is the mandatory to carry out the environmental impact assessment. What is the EAA? EAA is nothing but because the particular project or because the particular industry is going to come at a particular place, what impact, what effect it creates on the environment. Now, it can be at the two different stages. One during the construction phase, another one during the operational phase. So again, you have to do during the construction phase what impact it is going to create, and during the operational phase what impact it is going to create. And I can say environment and development are the two sides of the coin. You cannot have the cake and eat two also. So you cannot say 100% that this will not have any impact on the environment. It is impossible to state. So anything, even by sitting ideally, we are taking that oxygen and we are releasing the carbon dioxide. One way we are polluting this atmosphere also. But this is eminently essential. So I can say that none of that activity which can be said that environmentally green or environmentally safe. Again, there will be some damage only created on the environment by virtue of the development. Now my question mark is that damage which is being caused must be within that regenerating capacity of the nature. That is number one. Again, whatever the impact which you are going to create on the environment by virtue of your industry or by virtue of the project, you have to take the maximum care and caution to minimize the impact, number one. Second one, you have to incorporate it in your project report, the various mitigation measures for that one. What are those mitigation measures? Means you have to nullify it as much as possible so that the impact will be reduced. This is what this environmental impact. Certainly, no project or none of that activity will not have. You cannot claim that it will not have any negative impact on the environment. It will have, but you must see how far that impact can be reduced, how far this impact can be minimized, how far this this is what the environmental impact. Okay, sir. Now coming back to this one. Now, what you can see. Now you are going to start an industry. Okay. Now this industry, I told you, this impact during the construction phase, during the operational phase. And what they will be creating this impact? It will be creating the impact on the air, it will be creating the impact on the water, it may be likely to create impact on the biodiversity. If water means it includes even the groundwater also, or it may have an impact on air pollution. Air means climate change effect also will be there. So for that purpose, what we have to do is, now let it be an industry. Industry means then again that industry, what type of the manufacturing process which you are going to do, and in the process of manufacturing process, what type of the methods which you are going to use for that one, what type of the manufacturing process which you are going to do. So you are handing out the raw materials, where from you are going to acquire, how much raw material is going to be used, and these raw materials, what process you are going to import, and in that process, what type of the waste which you are going to generate with it, and this waste you are categorizing that waste, and that waste before it is being let out in any of the public sewer, whether it may be sewer or any common property resources, if it is happened to be the air pollution, means again what type of that, how you are going to minimize it, and what type of the treatment procedure which you are going to employ, so that this that effluent which you are discharging, whether it is the air or with reference to water, it must be within the what is the standard which is being given by the respective pollution control board. Okay, this is during the operational stage. But during the construction phase, again, you have to take that first the selection of the land. Then again, for the selection of the land also, there are several criteria there. You have to see the land use pattern. Whether that land use pattern, suppose if it is coming within the forest area, no. If it is the reserve forest area, no. You have to take certain basic things. Whether it is going groundwater prone zone, then it is the no. So again, if it is a ecologically sensitive area which has been notified by the government, then it is a no. If it is a tsunami prone zone, if it is a earthquake prone zone, so all these things you have to take a preliminary assessment. Then land use pattern means land use pattern, agricultural land you are converting into the, what is this one, an industrial land. Again the government has to give the permission. If it is a wasteland, again then you have to get the formal permission from the revenue authorities. If it is a reserve forest area, it is totally a prohibited. If it is a tourist area, totally a prohibited. If it is a wildlife, whether it is a forest, my previous speaker was saying about the wildlife. Wildlife, what is this one? A corridor. Wildlife corridor means the forest area may be the other side, and your project may be in the middle, On the other side, some water bodies may be available. Here, these elephants or these wild animals will use this particular pathway to go to the other side. If you have developed any project, means you are obstructing the path of the wildlife. With the result, the wildlife may enter into the human habitations. So again, whether it is following this, now in fact, our previous speaker was very much highlighting you have to not only the moment when you think about that wildlife, because I served even in that environmental impact assessment, what is this, expert member in that various environmental expert appraisal committee also. The moment when we are talking about that wildlife means the big animals only will be coming to our mind. And he was very much telling at the end of his lecture, even the small things also affecting this one. But unfortunately, whether we are taking into consideration or not, that's what I told you that don't record it. Madam said it will be deleted. Again, because there's a legal issues are there. Right. Coming back to this one, whether we are taking those facts into consideration and see those, unless otherwise these factors have been introduced into our legislation, you cannot say that you have not followed. First, we must say that we must incorporate it into our legislation. After that, only whether that industry has obeyed these things or not, then we can say that. As long as it is not within the legislation means, then you cannot prosecute it or you cannot prevent that one also. Okay. Again, the treatment aspect also nowadays, we cannot more go for the, what is this one, end type treatment, but we must incorporate it in our treatment system or in our manufacturing process itself to see that it is the minimizing the waste. Instead of going for the end pipe treatment, we want to minimize the quantum of the waste. Okay, sir. First with reference to the land area, then with reference to the basic details, of course, where you are starting the project, lat long, all these details, whether it is the land use planning area, forest area, wildlife corridor, the earthquake prone zone, tsunami prone zone, whether it is falling under the coastal regulation zone notification, because you know that 500 meters from the highest of the high tide line towards the land area, it is a no development zone. So whether it is that the CR is a note, whether it is not falling under the CR is a notification also 100 meters from the creek area, 100 meters from the river bank. These are all the prohibited areas for the industries. So these are all certain basic things we have to see the thing. After that, it is fulfilling the thing only. Then you have to go and submit it to the pollution control board or depending upon the nature of the project. And then you have to get the clearance either from the, what we can say, the Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change at the central level or at the respective pollution control board. Madam? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What is this one? PowerPoint. I wanted to load it. You tell me.
Okay, sir.
Yes, madam. So far there was no interest. Now I will be minimizing it to then open the thing. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. You go to the design now, sir.
Now I am just opening the thing and the CRZ and I am just opening the removable disk USB storage. What is this one? What is the label last? CRZ salient features. Water says this is what the command when we put this one. 1 second, madam. USB storage.
Yes, sir. No problem.
Instant removable disk. This is with reference to the, okay. This is not in this only DVD UBS storage open. Okay. Now legislation seminar. A presentation. Yes, madam. This is the one. Sorry. environment EIA notification. Now that I have to minimize this one.
Yes, sir. Minimize the presentation and
Yeah.
open the screen having the Google Meet, sir.
Yeah. One by one. Because you are going so fast, I am there is a generation gap. Okay. Now that what I have to do it.
Open the Google Meet screen, sir.
Open the
Google Meet screen, sir.
No, that one I have opened there. Now I have to.
Okay, in the right corner, bottom corner, sir, you see an option for present now, sir.
The options are there. Then that one.
You choose the screen.
Full screen.
Yes, sir, full screen.
Full screen. Wonderful.
And from that you choose the presentation which is open, sir. The tab. Choose the tab where the presentation is open, sir.
Use the
tab, sir. So once you choose the entire screen, you'll have to select the screen, sir. You'll get a option to select the screen.
Again, that more options are there. Now the present now is there. That one you have to choose.
Yes, sir.
Present.
Yes, sir. Select present now. And then you'll get three options, sir. Where you'll get entire screen.
Window.
A window. So you can go to entire screen.
Okay. Entire screen.
And then you have to select the screen. So you get a smaller tab which opens up, showing you an option to select the screen.
Yeah, share your entire screen as come.
Yes, sir. And then say share, sir.
Share. Share is not working. Share your entire
screen. You have to select the tab, sir. In the tab only you will get your Windows screen open inside.
Which tab is this one?
So once you click on your window, you have a smaller opening, sir.
Presentation tab EIA and CRZ.
Yes, sir.
This one, what I have to do it?
So select it and then say share, sir.
See, EIA notification I have selected, but in this one, what you have said, this share is not coming, cancel only there. So now I have to go to the present, okay? Present now.
Yes, sir. Present now.
Going to your entire screen, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
I am going to your entire screen. Now this has come. If possible, you see in that Minal Madam WhatsApp call I am coming. Yes, I am coming in the WhatsApp call. Ask madam to take the phone. Yes, now you see this video.
Hello, sir.
You just see that now that requesting to switch on the video call. Now this is what appeared on the screen. Share. Say I will cancel this one, and what she said that the three things are not present now in that one. You are sharing this your entire screen, your window. Which one? Entire screen. The entire screen I have clicked there. Now this is what. Share. Share. You are presenting your screen. Now open the presentations. This is this is the presentation. Now I can go ahead. This is the presentation I have opened.
So you can put it in full screen mode, sir.
Huh?
You can put it in full screen mode, sir.
Okay.
I think he left.
Now you are able to see this thing, sir? Okay. Now this EIA notification I told you. Now I am already I told you about this environmental law in India and all those details I have given. EIA notification. Are you able to hear me, madam?
Sir, we are able to hear you. Sir, can you put the presentation in full screen mode, sir?
Huh?
Sir, we are able to hear you. Can you please put the presentation
No,
in
no,
full screen
your
mode?
voice is very feeble. You ask Babaji to talk. Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, we can hear you and we can see the presentation. Only thing, sir, if you can put the presentation in full screen mode, it will be visible better.
Yeah, I have put it in there to stop sharing, hide it. Now he told me, now I am able to see the thing here. So I have to put like this, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now you are able to
This is
see.
fine, sir. Yes, sir. We are able to see it, sir.
Okay, can I go ahead?
Yes, sir.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, see, your voice is very feeble, whereas the other gentleman, Babaji's voice is very strong. Okay, now I have told you EIA notification. Now that EIA notification came in the year 2006. Now in the year 2020, probably you would have seen here that our new EIA notification has come, and that yesterday only they are, what is that? Increased, or they have what is this one increased the time limit another 2 more months till August end. You can give your valuable suggestions, criticism and comments also. Originally it was up to that June, then after that originally it was up to the May, and after that they increased it to the extended the date up to June 30th. Then now they have extended the 2 more months also for the public to give their valuable opinions, suggestions, criticism, and comments to the Ministry of Environment and Forest, because ours is a democratic country that the people have to also voice their opinion. Now the 2020, and after that they do what is this, and after hearing all these suggestions and all, the ministry may make a suitable modification. After that it will be ratified, then it will come into the force. So at present we are having only the 2006 notification only, so I am telling about only the 2006 notification. Okay, now with reference to the EIA, the stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, we can classify it. The first one, screening stage. Second one is the scoping stage. Then third one is the public consultation stage. Fourth one is the appraisal stage. Okay. Now these projects are also categorized into the A category, B category, B1 category, and B2 category also. Now this is screening only for the B activities. Then SEAC. What is that SEAC? State Environmental Appraisal Committee. Every state will have one committee. It is functioning in the Pollution Control Board, called as a State Environmental Expert Appraisal Committee is there. This committee, depending upon the size of the state, it may be having 15 members, 12 members, 13 members, like that. I don't know how many members are there in the Goa state. As far as in Tamil Nadu, it is around 15 members are there in the SEAC. Now this SEAC will determine whether it requires a further environmental studies for preparation of an EIA, or the project carrying out the EIA report shall be termed as a B1 category, and remaining projects shall be termed as a B2 category. So after submitting this one, the SEAC will say whether it is the B1 category or B2 category. So depending upon the B1 or B2, whether the EIA is essential or not, they will be working out. I will tell in the course of my talk which one is the B1 and B2 and all. Now scoping, EAC, Environmental Appraisal Committee, or the state level Environmental Expert Appraisal Committee will determine the detailed and comprehensive terms of reference, addressing all relevant environmental concerns for the preparation of an EIA report, whether it is a construction, township, commercial complexes, industry, housing, and shall not require the scoping. Of course, housing shall not require the scoping. Application for EC may be rejected at the stage itself. Then, of course, public consultation. All category of the A and B1 activities shall undertake a public consultation, and it shall have two components comprising a public hearing, or in close proximity obtain the responses in writing from the concerned person. The public hearing shall be conducted at the State Pollution Control Board within 45 days of a request to the effect from the applicant. The concerned regulatory authority and the State Pollution Control Board shall invite responses by placing on the website the summary of the EIA report prepared in the format along with a copy of the application within 7 days of the receipt of written request for arranging the public hearing. After completion of the public consultation or the public hearing, the applicant should address all the materials, environmental concerns expressed during this process and make the appropriate changes in the draft EIA or the environmental management plan already he has submitted. After this, appraisal. Appraisal means the detailed scrutiny by the Environmental Expert Appraisal Committee and the state SEAC members in a transparent manner in a proceeding in which the applicant shall be invited to furnish the necessary clarification in person through an authorized representative. Okay. Yeah, schedule of, yes. Now I will tell the proposals required prior environmental clearance categorized under the A category and B category. A category projects, environmental clearance to be accorded by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, based on the recommendation of the Expert Appraisal Committee. Whereas the category B, environmental clearance is accorded with the State Environmental Impact Assessment Authority based on the recommendations of the State Environmental Appraisal Committee. This is at the state level, that is at the central level. Then category B2, that is even for the mineral projects, minor minerals less than 5 hectares, appraised by the district level environmental expert appraisal committee and district level environmental impact assessment authority, and it will be given the clearance except in the case of Chennai and Nilgiris. Right. Now this is giving a complete road map or the road map, or this is given here what is a block diagram. First, application for the prior environmental clearance. Now, category A project, category B project. If it is a A category project, environmental clearance only by the Ministry of Environment and Forest at the central level. If the project is the B category, again, the B category, if the government clearance is applicable, then it must go to the Ministry of Environment and Forest. Again, that B category project, after it is submitted to this one, then if the SEAC, the state level feels that the environmental clearance is required by the central means, it will go to the Ministry of Environment and Forest, even though it is coming under the B category project. Now, B category project, it will go to the state level environmental expert appraisal committee, and that committee will be classifying it in B1 and B2. If it is a B2 means, straight away it will give that appraisal recommendations. It will go straight away to the state level environmental impact assessment authority, and they will either issue that environmental clearance or the rejection. If they issue that environmental clearance or the consensus, then it will go to the collector, and the collector will give the consensus to operate that only. Of course, the Pollution Control Board will be regularly monitoring this thing. If it is rejected, they have to specify on what grounds or what reasons it has been rejected. Then again, after that, by rectifying those things, they can resubmit the same thing also. Okay. Now coming under the B1, I will tell about the B1 and B2 in the next slide. B1, determining the terms of references. And then after the terms of references, what are all the things you have to carry out for the purpose of EIA? It has to be noted in the terms of references. Then you have to carry out the EIA. What is that EIA, environmental impact assessment? You have to employ a consultant. That consultant will be doing this. What is that during the construction phase, during the operational phases, what impact it is going to create it on water, air, and what is the groundwater, all these things. Again, now we have to do the water balancing also, and again 20% of the thing must be coming under the, what is this one, green coverage area as a buffer zone also. All these things are in that EIA rules. So you have to follow all these things, and you have to carry out that environmental impact assessment. Then you have to submit that report. Then after the scrutiny by the state level environmental expert appraisal committee, then it will go, it will say, okay, you go ahead. Then you have to go for the public consultation. Public consultation means a public hearing. And in that public hearing, you have to notify it in the leading newspapers, and that putting the notices on the Kalyana Mandapam, this and that, railway stations, Tahsildar office, court and all, that for the particular project, this consultation or the public hearing will take place at such and such place on such and such date, and then it should be only on the holidays, and those rules are mentioned in the public hearing notification. And after the public hearing, they have to invite all the project proponent will be explaining all the details, Then whatever the questions, doubts, clarification, a public can able to get the things, and he can go through that report also prior to that public hearing, which used to be very much available in any of the educational institutions or the libraries in the area, and he can take the photocopy of that one also, and there will be two reports will be available. One will give you a comprehensive picture about that, and another one is in detail with all the technical terms of that one. This impact assessment, and for the purpose of attending this public hearing, it need not be in from the same residential area. Any person who is residing in any part of the India can come and attend the thing, can scrutinize this environmental impact assessment report, and he can get all the clarifications, and he can give his own suggestions and also. After these things, then whether these suggestions are valid one to be incorporated one means, then the project proponent can modify those things, and it will be submitted to the appraisal committee. Namely, I told you state level environmental expert appraisal committee. Then the AC recommendation of rejection may be accepted or refer back to the AC. That is a loop I am telling. Then after that appraisal recommendation, then the state level environmental expert appraisal committee will recommend to the state level environmental impact assessment authority. Then the authority will issue the no objection certificate or that environmental clearance. And after that environmental clearance, then of course the collector will give the, because at the district level, the collector will give the consensus to operate. If it is being rejected, again that is reasons to be mentioned for what purpose it is rejected. Then if it is not a valid one, then they can go to the National Green Tribunal and file a case on what grounds it is that it has been rejected. And these valid ground, whether it is the valid ground or not, that will be judicial scrutiny will take place. So this is what the what is this one? Roadmap for the purpose of getting this environmental clearance. SEAC means State Level Environmental Expert Appraisal Committee. SEIAA State Level Environmental Impact Assessment Authority. TOR means the terms of reference. EIA Environmental Impact Assessment. EC Environmental Clearance. GC General Conditions. Okay. EIA process now. Who does it? The project proponent. Then it will that is the first one, submission of the application, form 1 preliminary report. Then second one, I told you, stage 1 screening, scoping. Then it is for the way B1 or B2.
Sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry for interruption. But you have to wind up now as the next speaker is waiting.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
please, within 2 minutes, please wind up, sir.
Yeah. In another 5 minutes, I will wind it up.
Okay,
Scoping, then preparing the preliminary EIA report by the proponent, then the public consultation, state pollution control board, then expert committee, regulatory authority. All these things, the time limit is given 45 days, 60 days, 30 days, and all. Now, category A, according to the minister, I told you. Then category B also, I told you. Now, this state pollution control board are interested with the work of conducting the public hearing 45 days. Public hearing is not carried out within the specified period. It is deemed to have been given. State pollution control board, no objection certificate not required. SBCD will arrange the video of the entire proceedings and it has to be submitted. Major project in SEIAA, building construction project, mining project, industrial project. Then general points to be considered. 8A, building and construction does not require EIA. EC can be issued directly by appraising the Form 1 and 1A conceptual plan. Then 8B, project area development, depending upon the area. Then the EIA report, accredited consultant following the EIA guidance manual for building, construction and township area project issued by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Okay, these are all the general thing. That is what is this one? Building, construction and area development project. Then mining projects. Then industries project process. STP. STP means sewage treatment plant. ETP means that is the effluent treatment plant. Then waste generation, air pollution. Checklist: construction, building project, mining project, industrial project. Then of course CRZ. I don't want to go for this one. Now how to come back to this one? Hide.
So you can say stop sharing, sir.
Huh?
So you can say stop sharing.
Enter the slideshow. Now where I have come, this is the selling features I told you. This
So
one
on
I
the
have
screen you can see.
close it. Now I will be coming once again. Oh, which one I have to come? Yeah.
So yeah,
So
yeah, click on the,
stop
yeah,
presenting.
say stop presenting. Yes, sir,
Oh,
yes, sir.
okay. Now I am winding up. Another 3 more minutes is there. I have given a holistic picture about the environmental impact assessment. What is the necessity of carrying out it, and I have told you about what are all the projects which require the clearance from that one, and what are all the projects which require the clearance from the state level, central level, and some of the projects at the district level also. But again, this is only with reference to the 2006 notification. Now the 2020 notifications have come. It is not coming to that effect now. So finally, and there are certain drawbacks are also there. Actually, I wanted to take it. EIA is more an industry specific rather than the site specific. EIA does not value. All the details are there. That is a criticizing that present EIA for that matter. Because of the paucity of time, I am not going in detail about the carrying capacity. We are not working out all these details. I am not going out. But anyhow, I have given you a very comprehensive picture about the EIA, environmental impact assessment, together with provoking some sort of an interest in the environmental law or the sort of an appetizer to realize the importance of studying this environmental legislation. So finally, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of this conference, especially Professor Dr. Mino Desai Madam, for giving me this opportunity to share some of my views. And even though it was a wildlife with reference to the wildlife and with reference to the zoology students, but still realizing the importance of the environment, you have given an opportunity for that environmental impact assessment. And finally, I would like to thank participants. Nearly 100 of them are there. Originally, 100 of them are there. Even though I am including into the what is this one, lunch time, and not only giving the ears but giving the listening the thing. If any questions, doubts, clarifications are there, you are most welcome to ask right now, provided subject to the availability of the time, or my email ID is available with the organizers of this conference. You can send them to my email ID also, and I will try to. My mobile number is also available. You can ask either through mobile or you can ask through the what is this one, email, and if depending upon the time you can ask now also. So once again, my humble thanks to honorable to the organizers of this webinar, even at the crisis situation. Yes, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for an informative session, sir. The session was elaborate and hence we have no questions in the chat box for you. I think most of them have understood everything very well, sir.
Okay.
On behalf of the Department of Zoology, Dhempe College of Arts and Science, I express my sincere gratitude to you, Dr. Venkata Subramaniam, for taking time of your busy schedule and enlightening us with your vast knowledge in environmental impact assessment. Thank you, sir, for your highly educative, enchanting, and thought-provoking words.
Yes, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Yes.
I now request Dr. Evelino De Costa to introduce the last speaker for the next session.
It gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Aldemar Carvalho Jr. from Eco Institute in Brazil. He has completed a master's degree in hydroecology obtained from the Federal University of Santa Catarina in Brazil in 1990. He has an MSc in tropical coastal management at Newcastle University, England in 1993. He obtained a PhD degree in physical oceanography from Flinders University, Australia in 2000. From 2014 to 2015, he was a research visitor at the University of Florida Center for Wetland, Department of Engineering, working in energetic modeling of ecosystems. Since 2008, he works at the Eco Brazil Institute, which is a non-governmental organization focused on research, environmental education, and social mobilization, and his designation is a project and research manager. He was responsible for implementing the first and only Latin America scientific breeding for research of the Mustelidae family, which includes otters. He has also worked with animal research in captivity and in the wild in two major Brazilian biomes, that is the coastal zone of the Atlantic forest and the Pantanal, which is the world's largest wetland. Due to these excellent results obtained, he was invited to coordinate the neotropical otter subgroup in Latin America by the IUCN. He has also authored several research publications in these areas. We welcome Dr. Carvalho to this webinar, and I request him to begin his session. He's currently speaking to us very early in the morning, as there's a time difference of about 8.5 hours from the Indian Standard Time. Dr. Carvalho.
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here, talking to you and sharing this experience that I'd like to tell you that we've been working for so many years. Congratulations for the previous speakers. It was a really interesting presentations and brilliant exposition of facts and thoughts. I apologize for any inconvenience that you might have because we had a really bad cyclone yesterday. So I was supposed to be with you yesterday, wasn't possible. And there was lots of destruction in south of Brazil here. I left my town with my family, so now I'm on my mother's house, so that's good, where I could find some internet working. The internet's not good yet, but so we might have some problems. I have some videos for you. I'll try to see if it works, but the internet here is very slow. If we have any problems, I will inform you the link for the videos that you can watch later, whenever you like. Okay, so you see now this a painting behind me. This is from my mother. She's an artist, a painter. So there are lots of paintings here on her apartment. It's a very nice environment and atmosphere to be here with you. Okay. So now I want to share you my presentation. Let's see if I can work this here now. Just a minute. Sorry, just had to. Okay.
Dr. Carvalho, should I present it from here?
Yes, I'm trying to share my screen here. It says the Google. I'm trying to get permission to my Google Chrome here. Don't know why this is. Let's see if it works now.
Dr. Carvalho, I've shared yours. Okay.
Okay. Oh, now you can see, right? But I can't.
Dr. Carvalho, I presented from my side.
Now I can see. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay.
Can't see my presentation here. Just a minute. Tá aparecendo para você? Just a minute. Can't my presentation here? Sorry.
No, it's not visible. So I shall present it from here. We have received a presentation over here.
Okay. Who is that? Isabelino, that's it. Hello, I can't see the presentation here.
So I have shared it. Go to the participant of Marshall Fernandez, and you can pin up the screen there.
March. Ah, okay.
So you can tell me to go to the next slide, and I will change the slide.
Okay. Disappear here.
No.
Okay, I can see on the bottom here. Okay, guys. So this is what I'm gonna to do with you is to present, tell you our experience on a kind of tourism that we call conservation tourism. So can you go to the first slide, please? Yes. So this kind of okay, go to the next one, please. One more. Yeah, so we work focus, right? That's a different way that we do the research. We change our way of doing research in 2002 when we start with to get eco volunteers in our project. So our accounts in this case are otters and giant otters. So we work with biodiversity conservation, having otters and giant otters as a flag species. So with them, we can also work with ecosystem conservation. And we see that as a co-responsibility work. We can't just do that by ourselves. So we need help. It's not just doing research, produce data, but also changing minds, changing the way we see the environment. Okay? So that's why it's a co-responsibility. So we try here to leave a positive legacy for future generations with more social justice, with biodiversity conservation. We see that as essential for us in order to have a better quality of life. We need to live in a healthy environment, and for that, biodiversity is very important. Next slide, please. For that was a long way to be where we are now. Right? So we have this otter project in Brazil that began 31 years ago. And now we have the Institute Eco Brazil, the IEB, which is running for 14 years. So this institute now is the one who manage the otter project. We also have the animal refuge, which is a sanctuary. It's a scientific breeding for orphans of otters that we rescue from the environment. And we also are part of the IUCN OZ task force. So Otters in Zoo, O for Otters and Z for Zoo task force. We coordinate in Latin America this work through the IUCN. And in the IUCN, we are also part of the Otter Specialist Group, the OSG. Next slide, please. So these are some numbers that we have reached, which is we are very proud from all this work for the whole team. We are the unique conservation breeder in Latin America for the Mustelidae family, that the family that belongs to otters, river otters, giant otters, tyras, and other members of the. It's a small family of Mustelidae. So far, since 1982, 2002, we've got more than 1,000 eco-volunteers in our project. 400 published. We have 6 books published, all related with otters for academics and for children as well. We have worked more than 10 million hectares in Brazil, which includes the Atlantic forest, the is our biggest wetland in Brazil, and also Amazon with the giant otters. We have more than 100,000 squares of rivers covered as well, monitoring the species through many places in Brazil. So we have, as you see in these figures on the side, just for the last 2 years, I put some numbers for you here. We got reach more than 50,000 people. That includes students from high schools, from universities that come to our animal refuge to visit, to to see our authors, that the orphans that we recover, and so they have some talks and they learn something about the species, where and how we do the research. Next, please. So, and we do that through the Eco Volunteer program. Right? This is unique in Brazil as well. We are the first project working, a scientific project working with Eco Volunteers. So we try through this project to have some positive impact to the community, to get some positive values for the communities related to the environmental, economical, and social aspects. So it's not just the research, but also trying to change adverse realities. So we need sustainability for that as well. We can't just depend or rely on government and we need to be self-sustainable. So the Eco Volunteer program was designed for that. So the Eco Volunteer, they pay some amount that comes for us as donation and participate in the project for the time they want. So we have students, professors, students coming to do their masters or their PhD with us, or we have also ordinary people, common people. Anyone can come. Everyone is welcome. So we have this amazing atmosphere in the project between all these people working together. Also, of course, they always have a researcher from the government together with them and going to the field, collecting the data. So as a NGO, we try to work with innovation and social transformation. We try to find alternative ways to change adverse realities. And that's why we call this social entrepreneurship. We don't get rich doing what we do, but it's a lot of fun. And our main goal is to be sustainable, to survive doing what we like and doing something good for the environment. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so here I put some graph showing you how it's a kind of timeline with you see on the left the y-axis is the number of eco volunteers, and on the x-axis you see the years. So along all these years we have this increasing the number of eco volunteers, which is quite amazing. You can see also there is a drop on the graph on these years, on the about 3 years, and this drop, if you remember, was a crash on the market in the United States. And so we basically stopped having eco volunteers in the project. Everything was the economy, the global economy was really bad. So we depend also on how the economy in the world goes. We get our main public comes from Europe. Most are French people. We have also Germans and some people also from the United States. But the important thing here is that this number is increasing, which shows that we have still a long way to go. Looks quite promising and positive for the next years as well. Next, please. So here are some money we get as donation, as I told you. They come from these eco-volunteers. So when we set a project, we want to lose this project. By losing the project, we want people take over the project. Our main goal is to lose the project for the other people. So they appropriate the project. The project belongs to them. So we are just actors on this project. And so all these eco-volunteers, they sustain the project with donations, financial donations, with their labor, their time, their knowledge, but also they feel that the project belongs to them, and this is important. And this is what we want, the project to be appropriated by these people. So they are like partners, they are associated. And we have today, after all these years, a huge family in the whole world, in many countries. They are visiting with us, discussing, and many of these people, they come back after years, they come back married, they come back with their parents. So this is how we keep working and motivated. Next, please. Okay, this is a video I would like to show you, but yeah, great.
Os 531 quilômetros de costa do estado brasileiro de Santa Catarina integram uma zona de transição entre ambientes marinhos e terrestres composta por praias, manguezais, dunas e lagos costeiras. Uma faixa litorânea espremida entre o mar e os remanescentes partidos de uma das florestas mais ricas em biodiversidade do planeta, a Mata Atlântica, que há séculos sofre os efeitos da pressão urbana e econômica. São focos de resistência que protegem os mananciais de água doce e os cursos nos rios. Esses trechos se conectam a galerias de florestas para formar corredores ecológicos vitais para a sobrevivência e a dispersão das espécies. Proteger esses locais é de fundamental importância para a vida de um animal discreto e solitário. Um ser ativo durante as primeiras e últimas horas do dia e que se desloca ao longo da linha de costa e também pelos rios da região. A lontra neotropical. Ela é um mamífero carnívoro, semiaquático da família Mustelide, parente das gaviões, iraras, doninhas e furões. Infelizmente, a lontra encontra-se ameaçada, segundo a análise de importantes especialistas que zelam pela biodiversidade do planeta. Os efeitos negativos sobre a espécie são decorrentes de ataques de cães domésticos, poluição e destruição do seu habitat. Desde 1986, o projeto Londra se preocupa com a sobrevivência da lontra brasileira em seu habitat natural e busca soluções para a conservação da espécie. O projeto faz parte do Instituto Eco Brasil, uma organização não governamental que tem como meta tornar-se referência nacional e internacional em estudos de biodiversidade, proteção de ecossistemas, espécies ameaçadas e turismo de conservação. O Instituto Eco Brasil tem mais de 60 trabalhos científicos publicados e um livro inédito sobre a ecologia da lontra brasileira, publicado em 2008. Seu autor é um pesquisador referência no assunto com 30 anos de estudo da lontra brasileira.
O projeto tem um diferencial que distingue de vários outros projetos. Esse diferencial a gente pode resumir em três coisas, que é a gestão, o gerenciamento dos projetos, da forma como eles são feitos, a interface social que ele embute e a técnica altamente especializada em alto nível. O projeto tem que dar uma resposta para a sociedade, ele tem que dar uma resposta dentro desse contexto que a gente vive hoje. Essa resposta é principalmente para a geração futura. Qual o legado que ele vai deixar para a geração futura?
A caravana lontra leva conhecimento e práticas educativas ao público acadêmico, educadores e alunos das redes estadual e municipal do ensino básico, através de peças de comunicação que incluem palestras, jogos e dinâmicas especiais. As atividades extrapolam os muros das escolas e chegam às comunidades através do programa Dhempe. Ele foi iniciado em 2002 e reforça os jovens de 3 a 15 anos o conceito de conhecer para preservar. O programa convida os alunos a passar o dia no meio da natureza, conhecendo um pouco mais sobre a lontra, com direito a atividades lúdicas sobre o tema. Nas instalações e no terreno de um antigo engenho de mandioca, surgiu o engenho da lontra, especialmente projetado para servir como centro de pesquisa, conservação e educação ambiental. Aqui acontece um curso de formação para professores e público em geral, além de visitas programadas previamente agendadas. Graças ao patrocínio da Petrobras, através do programa Petrobras Socioambiental, o projeto Lontra Brasil já mobiliza mais de 1 milhão de pessoas, entre elas pesquisadores e gestores do ambiental brasileiro. O público pode acessar também um enorme banco de dados científicos obtidos principalmente através das pesquisas de campo. Um exemplo disso é a coleta de amostras de fezes das lontras no interior de suas tocas rochosas. Os vestígios fornecem pistas sobre os hábitos alimentares do animal. A cuidadosa análise em laboratório revela que elas se alimentam principalmente de peixes e crustáceos.
Uma das maiores satisfações de trabalhar com os animais é poder aliviar um pouco a nossa passada, sabe que a gente gasta dessa boca com a gente vê.
Mas é muito animal que temos a oportunidade de ver essa graciosa criatura bem de perto. Um centro capaz de atender às ações de salvamento, atuando na recuperação, conservação e manutenção dos animais silvestres. Trata-se de um criador científico, com fins de pesquisa único no Brasil e referência no estudo da lontra brasileira. Obter conhecimento técnico e científico sobre esse animal é fascinante. Ela é delicada, carismática. Quem faz contato não esquece. Pouco a pouco se estabelece um vínculo e dessa empatia surgem novos defensores da espécie para gerações futuras.
ela ensinou a ver, ter um outro olhar para a natureza, de que forma nós temos que nos relacionar com o meio ambiente, de que forma nós temos que cuidar do meio ambiente.
Para viver essa experiência e respirar o ambiente de um projeto socioambiental, a opção é o eco-voluntariado. O programa trata o turista de forma diferente, com participação ativa em eventos especiais, repletos de tarefas em equipe e muito companheirismo. O eco-voluntário compartilha experiências com os biólogos, veterinários e técnicos do projeto, e isso enriquece o currículo pessoal e profissional. As atividades incluem a atenção com a saúde dos animais em um laboratório especialmente construído ou ainda trabalhos de manutenção dos instintos e dos animais em cativeiro. O Instituto Eco Brasil atua também em uma imensa e exuberante planície sagrada, o Pantanal. A região é um corredor natural de troca e dispersão das espécies. No município de Aquidauana, fica a base de pesquisas do projeto Lontra. Nos rios da região acontecem diversos estudos que envolvem principalmente a ariranha.
A ariranha é um animal que é muito cativante porque ela tem esse comportamento dela de ser um jeito meio espalhafatoso, né? Jeito de moleque, bem bagunceira também.
Este animal tem uma mancha branca no pescoço que a diferencia da lontra, e sua vocalização é mais alta. As ações do projeto Lontra no Pantanal visam também a preservação das águas e da biodiversidade desse imenso bioma. O melhor caminho para isso é o turismo de conservação de base comunitária. Através do projeto Linhas do Pantanal, o Instituto Eco Brasil reforça conceitos de sustentabilidade e oferece uma alternativa de renda para as comunidades locais. São produtos artesanais que dão mais visibilidade para a identidade de nações indígenas e apontam novos caminhos para uma parcela da população historicamente excluída.
Dizemos com orgulho, somos índios do Brasil.
Quando olho para trás, 30 anos para trás, eu percebo, sinto que tem muita coisa ainda para fazer. Essa mudança que a gente quer no mundo passa pelo seu engajamento, passa por você, passa pela sociedade. Seja você um protagonista da mudança.
O projeto Lontra e outras iniciativas do Instituto Eco Brasil estão na internet. E os parceiros do Instituto na Europa e nos Estados Unidos ajudam a tornar conhecidos os projetos e estudos aqui desenvolvidos.
A comunicação tem um papel muito importante. Porque nós sabemos que é importante conhecer para preservar, mas é necessário mobilizar. Por isso, as ações de comunicação permeiam todo o processo de pesquisa do projeto Lontra. Na comunicação, a Lontra atua como uma espécie de símbolo. Ela é carinhosa, dócil, ela é como uma bailarina na água. Ela atuando como uma sentinela das águas, ela consegue sensibilizar qualquer um.
O convite estarei para a aventura da pesquisa e do conhecimento a partir do estudo de duas simpáticas criaturas. Com elas, o aperfeiçoamento profissional e o amor pela natureza estão só começando, quando a comunidade, turismo de conservação e proteção ambiental caminham juntas, podem promover o desenvolvimento em sintonia com a conservação da biodiversidade. diversidade.
Pena wiki uti kama komotoa kaka uti pena wiki.
Todos nós e o planeta agradecem.
Okay, continuing the presentation. Next slide, please. So this is our eco-volunteer program, as you watch on the video. For me, the video was because of the internet wasn't running very well. I hope you have an idea, or you can access this later in the YouTube as well. We have our channel there. Next, please. So I talk about few things we do here. Just this is an example of the research we do. Okay, is the use of shelters by otters. This is in the wild. You are seeing here otters inside the that they use otters. It was done with automatic cameras, called trap cameras installed inside, and we leave these cameras for a week or two. This is one way of study the this is a way for movements. They are lonely species. They are not social. They don't live in groups. When you see more than one neotropical otter, it's probably is the female, the mom, with the puppy. The female does not allow the male to get close to her or the puppy. Here you see them. They get inside the shelter, they urinate, defecate, and we don't think this is to mark territory. This is a way of communication between them, not to mark territory, because the shelters belong to different otters. They are accessed by different otters all the time. Okay. I'm not going through this video, so just for you to have an idea of this research. So could you go to the next slide, please? There's another research. It's energetic modeling of the ecosystem. So this nowadays research. So we try to describe the ecosystem as modeling the flow, the path of the energy inside the ecosystem, and then we give values for each thing in the ecosystem. We evaluate, we give financial value, we monetize biodiversity, we monetize the forest. So the otter, the Neltok otter, has a price, and this is one of ways that we found to call attention from the authorities. People simply they don't care about animals or about wildlife or biodiversity. They only pay attention if you tell them how much it costs. What's the price of that?
So this one, just for you to have an idea of this line of research we do. Next slide, please. We also go through rivers and lakes, and the idea is to define the status of conservation of the otter. The otter is not a well-known species in Brazil, so we do a really hard work. We have our own methodology, which is the same methodology applied in Europe for the American river otter and the European otter. So in this way, we can compare data, we can compare numbers, and share information using the same methodology. So this is very important in science. As possible, as much as you can, is to use the same methodology in order to compare results for different areas. So we see here we are going down in the river, so we do rafting. We need to be quite well prepared to find other signs in the river. Even if it's difficult to see the species, through the signs like feces, footprints, we can tell the presence of the species in the nature, in the habitat, or in the ecosystem. And then from there, we can have an idea of the intensity of the presence of the otter. The word is a bit funny, intensity, but because we can count, we can estimate the size of population from feces or footprints. That's not possible. We try, everybody trying the whole world, but statistically, this is not significant, so it's not possible. Then we came up with this idea that's the intensity of the presence through these signs. So we know if the population is increasing or decreasing in a defined environment. Next, please. This is very important, is the edu communication. Let's see if it works. But edu communication, as you can see, we have different stakeholders for the project, and we need to reach these people. So the stakeholder can be a student, can be a professor,
So we need to talk in different ways for each public. Okay. So if it's not working, we can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, sorry about that. The internet, our internet is not. So this is another one that we call social mobilization. We try to avoid environmental education, and we prefer to use the term social mobilization. And social mobilization through education, try to get people together with us with the same cause to protect the waters and build biodiversity. Through the waters, we try to make people to be worried, to be concerned about the water, about the ecosystem. So if it's not working, it's fine. It's a short video you can access later. Yes, so this is another one. You can see, but that's the reproduction. We work, we are the only place in the world where we got a successful birth of otter in captivity. So the otters, they reproduced in our place, and that's the only place where this is happening now. They try in zoos, they try in other places. Sometimes they get the birth, but the puppy doesn't survive. So we have already 7 or 8 successful cases of birth in captivity of otter in our project. Okay, you can go to the next, please. The parasitos also is another work we do, research with, where we're trying to see how some of the ecological services the otters provide to our society. And one of them is to regulate disease, to control exotic species in the environment as well. So the otter is very important for that. It actually, the otter manage or control the entire stock of carbon in the environment. Right? Okay, so this is the slide here. I'm just talking about now tourism in Brazil, right? So as you see from these numbers, in 2018, Brazil got 6.6 million tourists. From this total, Santa Catarina State is where we are, where we work with conservation tourism. We got only 226,000 tourists. So if you compare to Rio de Janeiro, which is the famous city, Brazilian city in the world, they got 1.3 million tourists. So Santa Catarina get a smaller part of this public. Next, please. So I got some numbers here. I hope you can see well. From these numbers, from Europe, we have French people, we have different Germans, different nationalities here. So you can see here the percentage of each one. Italy is quite a good number. They almost have more or less the same quantity coming. So I have the data here for 2017 and 2018, just for you to have an idea about the numbers that we are talking about. And this is more like the mass tourism, so it's not the conservation tourism. Right? Our conservation tourism is what we hope, what we think that's going to happen after this pandemic situation we are living. Is this kind of tourism to grow because we have less people coming, and people has knowledge, they can be more in one place and living, having experience with other people from all around the world. We believe that tourism in a proper way can promote peace among countries, among people, and all we need to do is to meet each other and talk and live having common experience. Next slide, please. The other one is the BRICS, right? So we have these BRICS, that is Brazilian, Russia, China, and India. So we talk quite a long time about these BRICS. We are considered as one of the most important countries in the world, developing countries. So we have a big population, each of us, and for the global economy, we have a potential grow and importance for the world. But from the numbers of tourism, you can see this is very small. So it's not a real good number coming to Brazil. So we have this in a paper. This is important. We have our politicians meeting somewhere to discuss how to develop, how to make, how to work together to improve the economy to each one. But we are forgetting the people, how we can get together. We should be talking more and working together. So this is something that the tourism can promote as well. Next, please. In Santa Catarina, the numbers are quite ridiculous. So you can see how few people come. Look, India, it's in blue. It's just a small piece of the cake. So please, guys, come to Brazil. Come to south of Brazil to meet us and to work together and talk and to know each other better. I hope to go to India as well. We don't go to India as well, so it's and having beer at the beach, getting drunk and making mess and noise. We should be traveling to get knowledge, to know other people, and to have a real experience with communities, with Indians, to know how we eat, to know how we live, and how we do work. So these numbers need to improve, and perhaps after this COVID-19 things start to change, agencies, tourist agencies in the world, which they are actually doing right now, they are changing their mind in another way of work, where we have less people, we don't have groups of people, which is people will be afraid of getting disease. So we think this might have quite deep impact on the tourism. Next, please. So this is quite amazing numbers. When you see here, you have French people coming to Santa Catarina. So we have there 259 people. This is in 2018, okay? So we have in 2018, 259 French people coming to Santa Catarina state. Just for the other project, from these 259, 49 of these people were in the project, which is 19% of the total. So it's quite amazing. When I got this number from a data set of the government, the Ministry of the Tourism, I was quite surprised that most of them, not most of them, but a good number of this total, actually are coming because of the other project. Next, please. And of course, we can't do it alone. You can't think that we just get these people here and they need to find us to come. And in order to do that, we need real good partners all along the world that share our vision, that want to help us. Unfortunately, we have really good partners like Cibele Planet in France. In Brazil, we have Brazil Eco Journey with maybe one or two in Brazil only working. This is not very well known, this Eco Volunteer work, Eco Volunteer program. In Brazil, we have Frontier in England, Secret Planet in France as well, and IE3 Global. IE3 Global is actually in the United States at the Oregon State University, so we have a partnership with the Oregon State, and many students come from this university to do their final work for the graduation or to do masters or PhD. From France as well, from many universities in France, we get students here. So they have a supervisor in their own university, and they have supervisor in our institute as well. So we guide these people in order to them to accomplish what they want with their work as a student. Next, please. So this is how we show up these agents on the internet. So if you go to Cibele Planet website, you will find really wonderful projects all around the world, like wild horses in Mongolia or beaver in Hungary, and so on. I can name all of them. So other project is one of them. So this is how you find the Cibele Planet website, or as we find at the IE3 Global website. Next, please. At Frontier, this is how we look like at the Frontier website, the Brazil Eco Journey, the Eco Experience. So each partner of this, they have all these projects. We are one of them. So if you think about market, we need to compete with other wonderful projects. So we need to be good. We need to be efficient. People that come to us, they need to feel safe, and they need to be happy as well with us. So it's a quite nice atmosphere. It's a nice competition. It's healthy. We try to do our best, knowing that there are other wonderful projects also that people can choose. So they can choose anyone. So we try to call attention to them to our project as well. Next, please. Next, please. So this is the definition we did for conservation tourism. So this, please remember that conservation tourism, it's something that we created. There was no this term a few years ago. So I have this long definition here, so I apologize for that. I just read it. But please pay attention because each word has a meaning. It took us a long time to get to this definition. Conservation tourism can be defined as the segment of tourism that uses natural and cultural heritage through a social environmental research project. That's a key research project with the participation of eco-volunteers, another keyword, promoting the social entrepreneurship of the communities involved, focused on the experience and learning in protected areas, contributing to the planning, use, sustainability, and conservation of these with social responsibility. This is the definition. So you might ask, wow, why not ecotourism? Well, ecotourism, it doesn't produce data, does not produce information. It just interprets data and information that already exist. Conservation tourism, we are producing data and information because we have a research project associated with this activity. So this would be the main difference for conservation tourism. Next, please. I'm not sure if it works. So this would be like this woman that's talking. So he's owner of one of agencies in Brazil. Actually, she's a German woman. She talks about this work and experience with our project with the conservation tourism. So when we say that we promote entrepreneurship, we also need to define what would be social entrepreneurship. I looked for this definition and I couldn't find anything that I liked in the Google or anywhere, right? So we also we got a definition to ourselves here for what we think social entrepreneurship is. So I apologize again for this long text. I will read it for you here. Social entrepreneurship has as its main objective the social impact generated by changing an adverse reality. It does not aim at profit, but needs to be sustainable so that it can continue the actions carried out in innovation and social transformation, with the structural support of strong and sustainable organizations. Its principle is innovation in the search for products, services, or new approaches for the solution of social environmental problems, promoting an economic change based on a fair evaluation of natural resources. So I remember you about this, one of the research we do, that's the energetic modeling of ecosystem. So this part of this. So we try to get a fair evaluation of natural resource. Next, please. So yeah, sorry, we can't see all these videos. I will ask Alessandra to leave all these links for you here to see later when you like. Okay. So these are the ODS, are the objectives for sustainable development, which is a program for the UN, United Nations. And we are part of this movement. So we are very active member of this movement in Brazil. And we can see all the objectives for defined by the United Nations, and we work with quite a good number of them. 7 objectives we work as the 6, 8, 11, the 12, 13, 14, and the 15 objective, all related to the life in the water, trying to change trying to improve the education in schools and so on. So we got a prize. So on the bottom of the figure, you see our former president of the institute getting a prize in Brasilia with the previous government. The actual government are not too concerned about the environment. But the previous government, it was quite active with the UN, so we got a prize for our work with these objectives for sustainable development. Next, please. So going to the end, I have some, you can also get some more information about what we do. I have some books here that we published. They're all about authors. We have something about physical oceanography. As I'm a I have a PhD in physical oceanography. I love the authors, but I love mathematics and physics as well. So I have some different books here, but our last book published is the one you see on the top. You see lá, Projeto Lontra. And if you like, you just contact the Instituto Eco Brasil, and we can send you the book. I will send one to me now, our dearest friend. And this book is it's a bilingual language book, so it's in Portuguese and English, so you can read it. I suspect in Goa I have many people that can speak Portuguese as well from the colonization, so you might find it an interesting book to exercise your Portuguese as well. So we have here, you also can contact through Facebook or Instagram or the LinkedIn as well, and to get some more information about what we do on the ResearchGate. As you see this link on the top is where you can find all our papers, scientific papers published related to, also most of them are related with the neotropical water. Next, please. I think this was the last one, right? Yes. Okay, so this is our, we have, just to finish, have an optimist view for the future. And this view we would like to share with you, and we think that the changes that we expect to happen with the tourism, we will provide new insights for us. The tourism can be a good ally to protect biodiversity in the world if you do in a proper way. If the tourists look for knowledge, if the tourists look for the culture of other people, they need to be mind open to new habits, to new culture, to new costumes. And I think this is the best way for us to live in peace and among people and among countries. So that's perhaps it's a good track to go. I hope you enjoy this presentation. I hope you to check these videos. They are wonderful videos. I'm sure you are going to love them. And I would like also to thank Minal for the invitation. I promise I will be to go sometime. I love India. I always loved India, but I never been there. So I hope one day to be there in the near future. And I'd like also to invite you to come to Brazil, come to visit us in south of Brazil. I'm sure you're gonna like it. It's gonna be an honor and a pleasure to have you here. And perhaps you might have a partnership in the future, and you might get the students from your university, or even your professors and researchers might come also to do some work, some research work with us. Thank you very much for your patience. I hope we can be able to be together again with no cyclones to disturb all the internet. But I believe you could get a good grip of what you do. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Carvalho. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Miramar Jr. for his interesting talk and giving us insights into otter conservation and conservation tourism by Brazil. I am sure many of us would like to take up on your invitation on coming to Brazil and sharing our experiences in biodiversity and conservation. We also thank Dr. Carvalho for sharing the links to the videos that were unable to be seen in the presentation.
I'm not sure, I'm not listening here. Can't hear. Okay, now I can hear.
We thank you, Dr. Carvalho, for your presentations. And I'm sure many of us would like to take up on your invitation on coming to Brazil and sharing our experiences in biodiversity and conservation. And we also thank you for sharing the links to the videos that were unable to be seen in the presentation. We thank you again, Dr. Carvalho.
Thank you.
And now request Dr. Minal to propose a vote of thanks.
On behalf of Department of Zoology, Dhempe College of Arts and Science, Goa, India, I take this opportunity to thank our management, Dhempe Charities Trust, for their support in organizing this webinar. I express my gratitude to our principal, Professor Vrinda Borkar, the main source of our motivation. I thank Madam Suchana Amolkar, coordinator of this webinar and head of the Department of Zoology, for her tender, loving approach towards us, which lets us complete any task with ease. I greatly appreciate our resource person, Dr. Suresh Kumar, Dr. Sarangi, Dr. Sampat, Dr. Venkata Subramaniam, Dr. Borkar, and Dr. Junior for accepting our request to grace this webinar and enlighten us with their experiences. We had participants from all over India as well as from other countries. Participants from Goa included my teachers, faculty from other colleges, my students and friends. I would like to thank each one of them for attending this webinar. I acknowledge Mr. Marshall Fernandez for his technical assistance. Henry Ford said,